Thank you.
So the compensation to the people who are on O2 for the outage that they've experienced, the compensation is going to be more O2. Extra top-ups. That sounds more like a punishment. Now then, let's do this first because it's the elephant in the room. With the Commons vote on Mrs M's deal expected to be rejected by MPs next week, the risk of a no-deal Brexit hangs in the air like a bad smell. And the latest government assessment of a no-deal Brexit is alarming.
Warning, warning!
They're talking of 6 months of chaos at cross-channel routes, ferries between Dover and Calais, the Channel the what? You know, the Channel Tunnel. The Channel from Folkestone could be disrupted until the end of September, or the end of your life, whichever is first. We might run out of medicine, including the little blue pills that I like. We might even run out of the orange ones.
Oh, no.
Plans are being drawn up to fly in vital medical supplies. The M25 might grind to a halt, even more than normal. Cars might get buried in snowdrifts. We'll still be digging people out next spring. Meanwhile, the northeast will burst into flames, while the northwest and the Midlands could be under 6 feet of water. Cats will be banned. There'll be no jam for tea, and there'll be no tea either. We'll be reduced to only 2 channels on television, with nothing on either of them, and laughing will be a thing of the past. Aliens will burst out of our stomachs, and our heads will spin round, and we'll vomit green goo, and the devil will speak through us as we rise from our beds and stick to the ceiling. But I should point out that this is a worst-case scenario.
Correct.
Nobody's listening anymore. They don't care what you say. When will this ever be over? Yeah, thanks a lot, David Cameron. Did you ever manage to find what do they call them? A wetsuit. A wetsuit that comes in your size. Still looking. More talcum powder. The proportion of people who think that Brexit is a mistake has hit a new high of 49%, which is well over half. So that's it. Case closed. We're staying in the EU. It's the will of the people. And if you're thinking, hang on, 49% isn't over half, well, that rather implies that you are an expert in possession of facts, and no one is remotely interested in your opinion. We're all about feelings now. And I feel that 49% is well over half. So that makes it true.
Correct.
And I would record it as a hate crime if anybody says any different. Don't even think about it. I mean, you remember that 48% of the people who voted to remain in the EU at the 2016 Brexit referendum, and now a full 1% more think that it was a tremendous idea. Now I've just confused myself. Well, too many numbers. What? 48% of people voted to remain in the EU, and now 1% more than that thinks that it is a tremendous idea to stay in the EU, that it's a bad idea to leave. This is me trying to make it clear. Never mind about to you, to me. By the way, if you imagine that 49% think that leaving is a bad idea, does not mean that 51% think it's a good idea. Just because 49% now think that leaving is a bad idea doesn't mean to say that all of the rest think that it's a good idea. Just because 49% said, do we have to? Doesn't mean that 51% just can't wait to go. Because only 38% think that Brexit is a good idea. 49% think it's a bad idea, 38% think it's a good idea, and everybody else said, I don't know. And those are the only people that are telling the truth. Only the people that say, I don't know, are telling the truth. Full and unexpurgated. But these are just numbers, and no one cares about numbers and facts anymore. Let's leave numbers behind and talk about colours. Feelings. The percentage of people that want to leave the EU is now maroon. and the number of those who want to stay is officially recorded as being turquoise. Doesn't that make it sound better?
Groovy.
The only thing that a vast majority can agree on is that they all hate Theresa May's deal. But the only thing that they're agreed on apart from that is that they hate everything else that's available. After all of Mrs M's negotiations on Brexit, you don't have to enunciate every syllable, Mrs M. Give yourself a break. Put your feet up. Relax. You deserve it. Kick off your comedy clown shoes. After all those negotiations on Brexit, the number who support her deal is dropping. She's trying to sell it to us, and we're holding our nose like it smells. After going hither, thither and yon, screaming up and down and to and fro and back and forth, trying to persuade us in person that she's got an excellent deal. 27% thought that it was a good deal last week, and now only 23% do. It's not working. Whatever you're doing, Theresa May, it's not working. So if only 23% of people think that Theresa May's deal is a good deal, that means that 77% either don't support it or don't know if they do. And like I said, the only ones that are telling the truth are the ones that say that they don't know. Because 100% of the people in this country have not read Theresa May's deal. I bet you haven't even read the summary. We've got no idea what we're talking about, but it doesn't prevent us from having a strong opinion.
Affirmative.
Poor Mrs M. She's been here, there and everywhere trying to bring the word to the people, and the people aren't listening. Because they all made their mind up 3 years ago based on no information of any kind whatsoever. And we haven't learnt a single thing in the meantime. And we're too invested in saving face to change our minds now. How's Brexit going for you, Mrs M?
Oh, fabulous.
It's not really brought the Conservative Party together like David Cameron insisted that it would.
I think this is nonsense.
They're still not missing you, Dave. And as for those who would make the best Prime Minister, who would make the best Prime Minister? Well, I have detailed files about what it is that the people of this great... Well, this I don't know, how are we spelling great? G-R-A-T-E. People of this great country have pondered this issue. Who would make the best Prime Minister? And Theresa May has the advantage of actually being a Prime Minister, so you don't have to imagine her in that role. Because, I mean, you could think, what would Uncle Jezza be like as a Prime Minister? You have to actually imagine what it would be like to have Jezza as a PM. But you don't need to imagine what it would be like for Theresa. Only 35%... so there's bad news and good news. Only 35% for if you are Theresa May. Only 35% of those polled think that Theresa May would be the best person for the job that she already does. 35%. That's not good. On the other hand, only 24% back Jeremy Corbyn. But by far and away, the most popular choice to be the next Prime Minister of Great Britain is, I don't know. That's not me prevaricating, that's the actual answer that people gave. Presented with a list of the country's finest and brightest minds, they said none of the above. What a place we're in, eh? Oi, we could get Mary Poppins to do it. Spit spot. Excruciating, ain't it? I mean, she's trying to do her best, I'm sure. But she's being assailed by all sides, and it's not getting any easier, is it? Not getting any easier, and it's not getting any clearer. In fact, it's being muddified. Is muddified a word?
No.
It is now. We're making up facts as we go along. Nobody needs to go to school or university anymore. You're completely wasting your time. Nobody's interested in facts. We're just making stuff up now. And, I can't remember what I was talking about, but whatever it was, I was completely correct in every respect.
I can tell you that he's a good person.
Yes, I'm a good person, even though I'm not a racist. Thanks a lot, Donny. You are the best. You're the best, worst president ever. As a by-the-by, this is just out, federal prosecutors have requested that Donald Trump's former personal attorney, Michael Cohen, receive a substantial term of imprisonment for various finance-related crimes. Guilty! These crimes include, but are not limited to, tax fraud, making false statements to a bank, and a campaign finance violation tied to his work for Donald Trump, including payments Cohen made or helped orchestrate that were designed to silence women who claimed affairs with the then presidential candidate. Donald Trump as president. Oh, please, that'll never happen.
I will be so great to women. I cherish women.
Yeah, with both hands.
Touch, feel, that's what I do.
Ugh. I feel I need a shower just thinking about it. You are so gross, Donny. So, Michael Cohen has he pled guilty to 8 federal crimes. He flipped. How does that make you feel, Donny?
Like to punch him in the face.
And his world just keeps on getting smaller and smaller. Which, for a person of his girth, must feel constricting. He's going completely loco. You know, if it wasn't for what's going on in America, we would be the world's laughing stock. So thanks a lot, Donny. We appreciate it. Keep up the good work. Just don't bring us to war.
I'll bring us into war.
Catford. Hello, Steve.
Hi, Nick. Yes, firstly, sad day for guys our age. Pete Shelley, possibly the greatest punk pop songwriter of 78 to 81. That string of singles the Buzzcocks had, I was really gutted.
I think it was a bit before 78, wasn't it? Didn't Spiral Scratch come out 76? Was it 7?
77 it came out, because
right.
I bought it. Yeah. But what great songs! What a wonderful way of treating punk.
It was a bit. They were a bit loose. They were a bit. They weren't. Did you see them live?
I saw them live about 4 or 5 times. Yeah.
They were. They weren't. I had to describe them live. They weren't bouncy and spitty and aggressive and all that other stuff. They were a bit loose and relaxed and.
They were a bit like the Monkees or the early Beatles.
They were not like the Monkees. What are you talking about?
I mean? Well, they were kind of.
The shaving razor's cold and it stings. Yeah,
I mean, it's. I just thought he had a fantastic way with words. I mean, I thought of myself as a bit of a songwriter back then, and I just could not get.
Well, is there a single with a longer title than "Have You Ever Fallen in Love with Someone You Shouldn't Have Fallen in Love with"? There can't be another single that's got a longer title than that, surely.
No, but it
is perfect. So that if you want a perfect pop song, that's it right there.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Anyway, I mean. That was.
He's about the only famous person I've ever seen on the Tube. I can't think of any other famous person I've ever seen on the Tube.
I saw Peter Cook on the Tube.
Oh, right.
And he looked exactly like Peter Cook.
Well, he would do, being Peter Cook.
He would, being Peter Cook, yeah. But that's the only famous person. But,
yeah,
that was sad. Only 63.
Well, you say only 63, but when people read that somebody died when they were 63, they go, "Oh, well, that's about time." That's about.
I know they do when they're 20, but not when they're, my age.
When you're 60, when you reach there or thereabouts, you think, "Oh, that's very, very." No, actually, your first instinct is 63. Oh, yeah, that's quite old, and then you remember that you're about that age, and you think, "Now, hang on a minute." What's going on here? You'd be inclined to believe that everyone's going to die.
Oh, no. Well, except for me, Nick. Except for me. That's...
Well, fortunately, we know that's not true.
Anyway, I went out to vote on the 16th of whenever it was, back in the dark ages.
Yes. How did that go?
Well, I voted Remain, but I didn't. If you'd have asked me why,
did you get everything that you'd hoped for?
I would have said something vague, like, well, you know, Italy's nice, and France, I like going to Europe, and it's beautiful, and the war, and we're not having... But,
yes,
but
because nothing had been explained at that point. Nothing that we know now, assuming that anybody has actually paid the blindest bit of attention for the last 2.5 years, but nothing that we know now we knew then at all. We were just given this... there were two boxes that were closed, so we didn't know what was in them, not really, and we were invited to vote for either as it is now, or would you like to buy a lottery ticket, with the possibility that you may instantly become better looking, wealthier, and have a lot more hot interpersonal relations with those that you shouldn't order.
Disgusting.
But on the one hand, I see it quite simply.
You've gone away, Steve. Come back.
Oh, I'm here now. I'm up with Pete Shelley. But no, most people I know that voted to leave voted because of immigration. It's simple as that.
Really? Because I think that was an issue, but I think that most people voted to leave because they thought that it was a passport to a better life, because they were invited to believe that by certain oily second-hand car salesmen who put that notion in people's minds, that the reason that your life isn't like the blooming Kardashians or the shiny people in the magazines and on the telly is because you have been held back by the evil socialist overlords of the European Union. And the people coming over here and taking our jobs part, that was a bit of it, but I think that people were invited to believe that this was a golden ticket to a better life. And it turns out that it might not necessarily be true.
No, I mean, we might find out when I'm dead, but I don't know. But it's kind of, you know, some people thought they'd wake up the next morning and it'll be 1958 again, and you know, and those guys that washing the cars.
Yeah, people with decent haircuts and everything was in Coda colour. Wouldn't that be nice?
So,
cars had chrome on them, and they actually looked good. I mean, they were just bad copies of American cars, but you know, at least they had some sort of character, as opposed to just the white cubes that people are driving around in now.
Like my first car, a Hillman Imp.
Funny you should say that, but that was our first car too, with the big window at the back that hinged open. Yeah, worst car ever.
It was. It was the worst. I spent more time pushing it than driving it, I have to say. But that was my first car, and that was a British car, I believe. But
you know it was a British car because it never worked.
No, it was hopeless. But I don't know. You're right, in a sense, that no one knew what they were voting. Even Richard Dawkins, who's got the biggest brain in the world, didn't have a clue, you know. I mean, who does? No one does.
And the people that knew the least about what they were voting for are those that are the most adamant that they knew what they were voting for. No, they didn't. Yeah. They're making it up as they go along.
They are. Dave, the cab driver from Dagenham, doesn't know what he's talking about. It's... You know,
well, I happen to know Dave, the cab driver from Dagenham, personally, and I can tell you that you are absolutely right. You have got no idea what he's talking about. Unless that's an actual person, in which case I take it back.
Yeah, but nor have I, in a sense.
No, neither do I. Nobody should be listening to this programme. The host is an idiot.
Yes, well...
What?
No, I disagree with that. Vehemently or vehemently or whatever it is. But... no, it's a stupid... Is Dave Boy still in his shed, writing his...
Oh, well, let's hope so. We should lock him in and throw away the key. So he can sit in there and think about what he's done. But where do we go now? See, that's the problem. Once you admit to yourself that we didn't really know what we were voting for, we're stuck with this now. This is a cul-de-sac out of which we cannot get.
Yeah. Oh God.
We'll have to. If only a Hillman Imp had a reverse gear, then we'd be using it right now. Steve, I've got to go, but thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. Let me see if I can squeeze one in before the news. Westcliff-on-Sea. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, hi. Great to speak to you. I love your show.
Thanks,
absolutely.
Chris.
Let me say one thing. I'm not a cab driver, but I am from Dagenham. Right?
Are you?
I now live in Westcliff-on-Sea. Right?
We definitely weren't talking about you.
That's all right then. Right, I would say I'm a leaver, right? I voted to leave the EU in the referendum, but one thing is I've never been a joiner because I absolutely was against the John Major signing the Maastricht Treaty in 1993 or whatever it was. I actually wrote to him and got some bland reply from one of his minions.
Yeah, don't question us, peasant. Probably something like that.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, they knew what they were doing, etc., etc., etc. But I've always been against the federal Europe.
But why though? I mean, what's the big deal? I mean, why?
Well, basically because I can vote people out and every 5 years or whatever it is. I can't vote anybody from Maastricht.
Well, you can because you can. You can either vote. You can either
I can vote for EU. Parliament
MEPs, in the same way that we vote for our MPs.
There's a weird way of choosing the EU president, which we didn't agree with, Juncker. And
it goes by.
Anyway.
It just goes on rotation, doesn't it? I mean, it's a ceremonial position.
I don't even know how it works.
Chris, back off from the phone. You're
okay.
You're way too near.
Okay, all right, sorry. I'm on the mobile.
It's a terrible mobile. Throw it away and get another one. The sound quality is abysmal.
It's a Chinese one.
Oh, one of them. I better not say it.
ZTE.
I've never ZTE. What's that?
ZTE. Yeah, they've been banned in America apparently for being having backdoors to
terrible
Chinese
vocal quality
or whatever, something like that. Yeah.
Well, you want to get one of them.
Anyway, I've always been a leaver, and I voted leave this time. But I think absolutely Theresa May. I mean, David Cameron, what can you say about David Cameron? I mean, he had no idea what he was going to do if we voted leave anyway. There's been no plans whatsoever from day one to now. Theresa May invoked Article 50 without any plan whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, assuming that because time was ticking, that everybody would, get into line and she'd be able to fashion some sort of deal that everybody would be delighted with.
Yeah, that's what it was. I mean, she came up with this phrase, we're going to have a deep and personal relationship with Europe.
While never speaking to them again,
Yeah, exactly. yeah, right. But, Europe basically ignored that and came up with their own plans, etc., which they would do anyway, because they are a very sort of autocratic organisation.
No, that's not true. They're acting they're acting in their best interests.
They are. Yes, they are. They're acting the best. What they think of the members' interests.
What I cannot fathom. Wait a minute. What I cannot fathom is people in this country who seem to be aghast, just absolutely irritated, like their fur's been rubbed up the wrong way, at the European Union not capitulating to our every demand, as though to say, don't they know we're British? Damn it!
Nick, nobody wants them to capitulate. Nobody expected them to, but a no-deal Brexit is no good for them either.
Nobody wants that. That's the last thing that anybody wants, apart from the guy who looks like Catweasel and runs a pub. Apart from that guy, nobody wants no deal. Chris, I'm going to have to go. Get yourself a new phone. Use this opportunity to do that straight away. I think you'll probably be able to find one on the World Wide Web. China does some excellent models, have you heard? So pretty much everybody that Donald Trump has ever met is guilty of some crime or other. How crooked do you have to be when your personal lawyer is going to jail?
I'm a person that wants to tell the truth. I'm an honest person.
He lied. He seems to be unraveling, which would be okay if he wasn't the world's most important and powerful person. Other than that, everything's fine. I'll restate my case. If aliens from space were to visit this planet, which would be a huge mistake, by the way, there are other far more delightful planets to visit than this one, I'm sure. But if they accidentally went on holiday here, then the first thing they'd do is ask to be taken to our leader. They'd ask to see the management. You know, they don't like their accommodation. Water falls down over a waterfall, and that's not what they're used to. Can I speak to the management, they'd say. And we would have to introduce them to Donald Trump. Things have gotten totally out of control.
It has gotten totally out of control.
0345 6060 973. You know, the only people that that have been in Donald Trump's orbit who are not going to jail are the ones that think he's a moron. You know, like Rex Tillerson. He thinks you're a moron, Donny. What do you think of that?
I'd like to punch him in the face.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Seven Oaks. Mark.
Hi. I understand that Jeremy Hunt has said that if there's another referendum and Leave get 48% and so we remain, that's problematic. Well,
problematic.
but I mean,
what does he mean by that?
Well, he was talking about some fascists causing trouble because people didn't vote the way they wanted.
Oh, what, insurrection? We're not French.
Exactly. I mean, we've already tried appeasing fascists, and that didn't work about 70 years ago.
Yeah.
But in any case, Remain got 48%. So on his logic, why isn't it problematic that we're leaving?
Well, I mean, I hear it over and over again, and we must obey the will of the people. And, the people have spoken. And if we didn't leave now, then the majority of the people of this country would be sore upset. And actually, the truth is probably they wouldn't. More people now, poll after poll, seem to prefer the idea of staying in the EU. Well, actually, if they were given a choice, more people would prefer never to hear the word Brexit again or to have anybody mention the EU in any way, shape or form. But outside of that, more people would prefer to stay in. So actually, it wouldn't be the majority of the people in this country who would be sorely upset. Actually, a slender majority would be deeply relieved.
There's also another problem, because it seems that some Leavers want to exclude Remain as an option at this stage, at the withdrawal agreement stage.
Were you talking about a second referendum?
Well, not exactly, no. The point is that it seems to be likely that Remain is more popular than any of the individual Leave options.
Yes.
And I mean, I know that things have changed, but I think that may well have been the case even just after the referendum, because some Leavers would rather Remain than have a Leave option they don't like. And the Leave vote is the amalgamation of all Leavers without taking that into account.
Yes. Yes, because there's various shades of Leavers. Yeah, you're right.
But the problem is that if Remain is more popular than all of the Leave options, or more popular than the Leave option that is chosen, if one is chosen, then that means there's an immediate majority to return.
Well, the most popular choice for the person to be the Prime Minister of this country is I don't know. So if we just go with the most popular of all choices, then we're in deep trouble. Maybe you should do it, Mark. I'll give it a go. Why not?
Yes, but the point is that it's quite consistent with the original referendum result for Remain to win at this stage, because the options have changed. At the time of the referendum, there were two options, Remain or Leave, which made sense because you needed to decide whether to start the Brexit process.
Right.
But once you started negotiating the Brexit process, although the Remain option could remain the same, the Leave option couldn't, because you had to start making decisions in the withdrawal agreement negotiations as to what sort of Leave you wanted.
Yeah, but
that split up the Leave options into the ones that we know about.
But this is all shades of complication now, and I think that I don't know this to be true, but my feeling is, and we're all about feelings now, Mark. The facts don't mean anything anymore. It's all about how you feel.
Groovy.
And my feeling is that people voted out thinking that we would just be completely out. They weren't considering a deal, or whether we were going to have a smaller GDP growth, or whether there was going to be friction at the border, or any of these things. They didn't care about any of that. They just wanted their new life to begin.
Well, that may be the case for some people, and that some people may well still have that opinion, but it's necessary to decide how to leave. There's no way around that. That's not something that is a sort of Remain conspiracy. It's part of the system. And just in the same way, it's possible, even if people didn't change their mind, for Remain to lose the referendum, yet to win at this stage.
But see, that's assuming that we revisit that vote. But it could go this way. We could have a second referendum, but that we would not be revisiting the initial question. The initial question, you could argue, has been decided. Now we're just trying to figure out how to enact that first decision. So the second referendum could be, you want Theresa May's deal, or do you want no deal? If it was just a binary choice, which, let's keep it simple, shall we?
but why not also include the option of Remain?
No, because that's been now I'm saying, because I know there's going to be devil's advocate, because I know there'll be people shouting at the radio saying, no, we've decided that already.
But the point is that the options have changed now. And if you, as I
well, what do you mean? No, what do you mean the options have changed? They haven't. Well, in and out is still the same.
No, it isn't.
Well, it is.
There isn't. There is an option in, but there's no option out. There's an option out this way, out that way, out the other way. But there's no just out. It doesn't exist.
No, but that would be the basis, perhaps, of a second referendum to find out which out people like the most, or like the least.
But why wouldn't it also be sensible? Why wouldn't it also be sensible to see whether any of the outs were more popular than Remain? Because just because all the outs together were more popular than Remain doesn't mean to say any particular out is more popular than Remain.
Well, that's a good point.
So what I'm saying is that Remain should be an option at this stage. I mean, it might sound crazy to say, well, the way we're going to withdraw is to Remain. That sounds a bit odd, but that's just because of the way it's put.
Listen, it's the least odd thing I've heard this week, Mark.
but the fact is that Remain is still an option in the broad sense of the word, in the sense that if we leave according to a certain option, the leave option, it's still open to people to campaign for Remain. And if Remain is more popular than that leave option, then it's a waste of time to leave under the leave option.
Yeah, if we all close our eyes and click our heels 3 times, then maybe we can magic all this away. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Mark, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. You've confused us even more than we were already. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ian says, 6 good things about Brexit. 1, we now all hate Boris. 2, I know which channel Commons Live is on. 3, I know all MPs are liars. 4, no one believes experts anymore. 5, a European army is a good idea, thanks to Trump. And 6, I'm almost a Brexiteer just to stop the pain.
He knows everything.
Paul says, I blame the Daily Mail. They've been putting out fake EU negative press for 40 years. It seemed like every week there was something new. Things like EU to ban playgrounds. EU to ban boozing. EU to ban bagpipes and trapeze artists. This list goes on. Now the Daily Mail is trying to row back, but it's too late, says Paul. The mob are angry and their pitchforks are at the ready. Yes, they are. And if only they could heave themselves out of their easy recliners, they'd be taken to the streets. Oxford, Amar.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, sir. Cheer up, mate. It might never happen. Oh, no, that's right. It already has.
Yeah, there you go.
Where did he go? Oh, there you are.
It's just too many the establishments hiding behind...
What?
The 48. The establishment's hiding behind the 48.
The establishment is hiding behind the 48%
that voted to Remain. So
yes.
I'm quite happy for there to be a second referendum, but I want WTO to be on the ballot.
You want a what to be on the ballot?
WTO.
Why?
Oh, I just think, like you say, people have got they're more informed now. Are you
just waking up?
Yeah, well, I've been on the phone waiting to get on.
Oh, really? Oh, you've been on the phone waiting a long time.
Stop whining.
Tell us all about it, Amar.
Yeah, it's a bit of a...
Oh, I know. It's just exhausting, isn't it? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I'll put you on hold and we'll call you back when you're awake. We'll call you back when I'm not here. How does that sound? 0345 6060 973. He's just exhausted. He can't stand it anymore. He's, if he hears any more of it, he'll scream and scream and scream till he's sick. This says, I am more convinced than ever we are in a simulated universe. What else could possibly explain the irrationality of Trump and Brexit? A simulated universe. Yeah, I get that feeling too. I get the feeling, now, this is not a conscious memory, but instinctively I feel that by accident I took the blue pill instead of the red one. I know Kung Fu. 0345 606. I need to see that film again. I haven't seen it in ages. Enfield, Denise. Ooh, Denise, ooby-doo.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Madam. Sorry, I have a cold.
Good evening.
Yes.
I just wanted to say there is no spoon.
Pardon?
Anyway.
There's no spoon?
That was a line. Yeah, that was a line from The Matrix with the little bald child when she was trying to get the guy to basically do things he couldn't possibly do when he was plugged in to the machine.
Is that Matrix 1?
The very first one, yes.
Because that was the only one that was any good, wasn't it?
Yes. Anyway, I'll move along swiftly.
No, but wait a minute. I don't think we've dealt with this whole spoon issue.
Okay, sorry.
I don't recall that. There's no spoon.
Okay, so in The Matrix, when he went to see the Oracle, there was a little bald child, and they were all playing games, and they were in a school, like a bit like Hogwarts, but
yes,
a school of The Matrix. And then what happened was he was looking at this girl. She had no hair, and he said, "You're bending the spoon." And she said, "The trick is there is no spoon."
There's no spoon. Spooky.
There is no Brexit.
Well, that's a relief.
Yes.
Except for, what am I going to talk about for the rest of the show?
The red or the blue pill.
The red or the blue pill, yeah. I think if you probably took them both, you'd end up as a maroon.
Or as some sort of disjointed figure in, I don't know, somewhere in the ether without any form and probably a mollusk.
Well, as long as I could wear a long leather coat with cool sunglasses, I'd be okay with it.
And your DMs, don't forget those boots were essential.
Oh, yeah, well, they were made for walking, there's no doubt about that.
Over Brexiteers, sorry.
So which way do you want this to go, Denise?
I'd like the whole thing cancelled, frankly.
Well, that can happen. That is one of the options that are available. We could do that. That's probably the easiest thing we could do. Just cancel it all, admit that we've all made a terrible mistake, we didn't know what we were talking about. No person in their right mind should have asked us this complicated question in the first place, and let's just, stop throwing good money after bad.
One of the things that I thought was interesting in today's discussion was about the Prime Minister's resilience.
Yeah.
As almost as if she needed to be rewarded because she had, for want of a better word, a really sour pill to sell everybody. I'm not saying she hasn't done a good job under the circumstances, but that's not the overriding concern. You know, she's got great character, but she still had a stinking egg to sell.
Well, perhaps it was the least stinky of all of the eggs that are available, apart from not eating any eggs at all.
Well, this is the thing. I think that Brexit in itself, I'm a black woman, and I feel that a lot of people voted for Brexit because they thought that their brown neighbours would leave. And when in fact they woke up and realised that they were actually born here and they can't leave, so they were quite disappointed and they became more intransient.
Well, I think it's worse than that, Denise. I think that people voted to leave the European Union thinking that their white Eastern European neighbours would leave. What they didn't, what I think is becoming now ever more clear is that if the British economy is not to completely collapse, then somebody's going to have to do all of those jobs that our Eastern European friends are fortunately doing for us, like, waiting tables and cleaning up. And precisely. So
every migrant wave wants to hold back the next migrant wave.
Yeah,
because they've moved on.
after me, pull up the drawbridge.
Yeah.
But what is becoming apparent now is that when the Eastern Europeans do not feel comfortable here, as people suggest that is increasingly the case, then those people are going to have to be replaced by someone. And where might those people come from? So I think that I've said this on the air many times before, and nobody has ever come back and disagreed with me or chastised me in any way. When the Eastern Europeans go and don't want to come here anymore, then we're going to have to get them from somewhere. And are we going to get them from the Commonwealth, for instance? Well, perhaps. No. But the Canadians aren't going to come here. They're well off enough. Yeah. It's going to be people from Botswana, I'm afraid.
Developing world.
And people aren't, when I say I'm afraid, what I mean is I'm afraid for the people that thought that they were going to be surrounded by fewer foreigners. It's just that they're going to be surrounded by different ones.
But the point is, well, not the point is, or one of my points is that whenever you have migration usually links with infrastructure and moving the country in a particular direction so that you have people coming in and taking the low-skilled jobs. I know for a lot of people, I'm a black woman, and for a lot of black people, they're upset that people from the Eastern European bloc can walk into this country and haven't actually contributed in the same way we have through the Commonwealth. And that actually fed into a lot of people's thinking about, well, if we vote, then our Commonwealth countries will have a better relationship. But all the conversation about the Commonwealth is to do with Australia and Canada.
Right.
So, unfortunately, you melanated folks,
Australians and Canadians are not going to be coming here to wait on tables and to clean up after us. They're too well off for that.
So.
All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Denise. 0345 6060 973. This says, when they say the public didn't know what they were voting for, what they actually mean is those who voted leave. Well, yeah. Because if you voted to stay, you knew what you were voting for because you'd been living it. So there was no confusion there. So, of course, that's what people mean. If a loser's referendum becomes inevitable and Remain is an option, it's undemocratic to have a three-way vote and split the leave vote. So I suggest it should be, oh God, the lights have just gone out. I take a very dim view of that. Wait a minute, please. I'm just waving my arms in the air like I just don't care, like I'm doing the disco dancing. Where was I? If a loser's referendum becomes inevitable and Remain is an option, it's undemocratic to have a three-way vote and split the leave vote, so I suggest it should be 1, Remain, 2, accept May's deal, or 3, leave on WTO. Oh no, that's actually not what it's written. It's 1, Remain, 2A, accept May's deal, 2B, leave on WTO, but both leave votes added together, the highest one goes forward if leave wins, says Paul in Croydon. Are you trying to simplify things for us, Paul? Oh, Struth, I think he's made it more difficult. No. And furthermore...
No.
Let's have Verona. Jason.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
I am great, mate.
Good. So, I'm in Italy. And once again, I'm being asked by the people of Europe to explain the situation in the UK,
right? Which
gets harder every day.
Can you do it in Italian for us?
I could try, yes. Which roughly means I haven't got a clue what's going on.
Yeah, that was spoken as a British person, though, because Italians don't really speak like that. When Italians could be reading a recipe for meatloaf, and it would sound like they're trying to make sweet love to you. It's all at the front of the mouth, whereas you were a bit shouty there. Not Italian at all,
no,
Jason.
You're right.
You fail this test.
You saw right through me. I can only apologise.
So anyway, what do Italians think of us? You know, when they stop laughing, what do they say?
Well, it's just the laughing. That's it. That's about as far as it goes.
See, this is embarrassing. I don't mean any disrespect to the Italians, but the Italians are laughing at us.
Yes. I'm not wishing to town drop, but I was in Parma yesterday, where they have a University of Pasta. And
what?
They have a University of Pasta. And I was served at table by a graduate of the University of Pasta who actually laughed at us.
See, okay, this is just... somebody's got to draw a line here. The University of Pasta. That can't be a thing.
I asked him what he did there. He said, I was there for 4 years. He said, I know that it now takes 8 minutes for pasta to boil and cook perfectly.
Well, that's more than I learnt from my formal education. The only thing I learnt was that carbon dioxide turns lime water milky. I still, to this day, do not know what lime water is.
No, lime water. Anyway, Nick, that's not why I called.
Oh.
What I would really love, if you don't mind me saying this, is I would like a political party in the UK to say we don't actually need a referendum. We're actually going to stay. We're actually going to remain in Europe. What do we need a referendum for?
Isn't that...
we would see very, very quickly.
Aren't you describing the Liberal Democrats?
Not very well.
Or the Greens, perhaps?
Do you think they're doing that? Are they doing that?
You know what? Nobody really has any idea because nobody's paying the blindest bit of attention to anything that anybody else is doing. Really, it's like all of the other business has been put on hold for 2.5 years. What a way to run a country, eh?
Jeremy Corbyn just said he wanted to renegotiate.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to vote for somebody who's going to renegotiate.
And the EU said no. Over and over again they've said no. This is it. Just select. You either want it or you don't. Jason, I'm going to have to go.
Calls flashing up on the indicator.
Yes, I'll get to that one or some of these in just a minute. First, here is a very important message which says, let's go to WTO Monday to Wednesday, remain on Thursday to Saturday. Sunday, we can keep our own Sunday trading rules, which I seem to remember means we can't buy anything before 12 or buy ice cream, says Michael in London. Sunday trading rules were really... I don't know whether they're still... I think that we've stepped into the 1990s just recently. And I think Sunday trading rules aren't the same as they used to be. It used to be the case that you couldn't buy a book on Sunday, which is properly weird. You couldn't buy the Bible on a Sunday, but you could buy booze in only specific time periods. Like you could buy it at lunch, but if you arrived at 2 o'clock, then you'd find that they'd drawn a curtain over the booze fridge, and then you were sore upset. I can remember that running like a mad thing. You know, trying to get up first thing on a Sunday morning, you know, to manage to get out of the house by 2 is something of an achievement. I think you will agree. But then, realising in a panic that it's 10 minutes to 2 and you haven't got your booze in yet, that was a nightmare. And that's in living memory. Pubs used to close at 2 o'clock, and then they would reopen at 5. It was madness. Fran says, I tried to get my husband, who is Italian, to explain the referendum business to you on the radio in Italian, and he said, niente da fare, or forget it. I don't know whether that's pronounced right. I didn't do Italian at school, but that's what it looks like to me. Niente da fare. He said, there are too many things to be said, said Fran. Well, just get him to say a few things. Get him to read out a telephone directory. Doesn't really matter, as long as he does it in Italian. Fantastic language. Laughing at us. Hitchin. Hello, Mark.
Yeah. Hi, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Right, Nick. I'm going to sort of disagree with your earlier comment before the break, which is
I haven't made another mistake, have I? Why do I keep doing this? Such an idiot.
I said disagree. You said the easiest option would be just to say, call it a day and stay in.
Yes.
Well, actually, I might agree with you there, but I'd like to use the words of Heidi Allen, who's an MP in Parliament for South Cambridgeshire, and she said, well, she tweeted, MPs must now grow a pair, be honest with the public and recommend we stay in the EU. True public service demands we put the economy and security of our country first, at all times, making the toughest decisions and, more importantly, and accepting any consequential personal fallout. This is what I signed up for. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is the reality of where we are today, here's my prediction. Would you be interested in my prediction?
Oh, we're into the prediction business now. Okay, go ahead. Lay it on me, baby.
Go on, Nate. Well, this is my feelings. You're into feelings this evening, aren't you?
Feelings.
Right, so,
okay, show me your feelings.
Yowza.
Well, thanks for that. Well, let me go for it. On Monday, I believe the European Court is going to rule that we can revoke Article 50.
No, they've done that already. We can unilaterally do that. We can say, we were just kidding.
No, hang on. No,
okay, go on.
The judgment comes out on Monday. What you have heard about is what's called an opinion. Normally, the judgment will follow through. So the court's judgment actually comes out on Monday.
Right.
But anyway, on Monday, the court judgment will come out. I think on Tuesday, May will lose the vote,
yes,
assuming that the dirty tricks that the whips have now put into the procedure is not acted upon, and I'll explain that later if you like. Then what will happen, there'll be this big surge for maybe the people's vote, and then what we'll get is a lot of MPs talking about the people's vote, a second referendum, renegotiation. All that will be going on, and no doubt in the background, some more revelations before Christmas will come out about interference in the referendum. Then what will happen is the Christmas recess, and they'll all come back, and then all of them will suddenly grow up and suddenly realise they are a representative parliamentary democracy, and actually the parliamentary time they've got left to March the 29th will not allow a second referendum, will not allow renegotiation, will not allow anything but revoking Article 50, because when you press the button to revoke Article 50, you can always go back to the same question, but it gives you the time, and that's actually my prediction.
Okay, shall I give you my prediction?
Go on then.
I think that she will lose the first vote, and then she'll say, okay, well, I'm recalling Parliament over Christmas, because we have to represent it within 21 days, and that will only leave us 2 days once we get back off our jolly holidays, which is not enough time to show you any further change to the deal, and it's not enough time to debate any of those changes to the deal. So Christmas is cancelled. And then the MPs will say, you know what, if you just print it on coloured paper and draw a flower in the margin, we'll vote for it. Now can we go on holiday, please?
No, I don't think that's going to happen, because the reason I don't think that's going to happen is because the parliamentary time to do a lot of things isn't there. But if I mentioned about the dirty little trick that the whips have now put into the procedure, what has been underreported is what the whips have done. They've changed the procedure for the vote on that night, but the vote will not take place unless a minister moves the vote. So if he doesn't move the vote, there will be no vote. It's what you might know as filibustering. So they've added that in at the last minute, and it hasn't been reported widely. A few papers have picked it up, and it's one of those tactics they may use on the night, and there will be no vote. And if we get no vote, then we'll even have less parliamentary time, and the reality is the only way we can get certainty is if we revoke Article 50, because even if we go back to the EU and say we want a second referendum, we need 27 of them to agree to give us the time to enable us to do it. But the reality is you just need one say no, and we're scuppered. The only thing that gives us more time is revoking Article 50, because we can always go back and say, I don't know, 2 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and say, we may want to do this again.
Do it all again? Are you out of your mind?
But no, I don't think we should do it again. Referendums in this country, as we know in our constitution, are purely advisory. All the MPs...
Yeah, well, technically, yes, but everybody went into that referendum with the notion that it wasn't, and that we weren't giving them advice, we were telling them what to do.
Well, can I just clarify that for you? In the Gina Miller case, if you read the court ruling, the court points out in its written ruling that all MPs were advised before the referendum that it was advisory.
Yep, well, I know that, but that's irrespective of what people in this country believe. They believe that when they went in there, they were deciding. They weren't advising.
Yeah, but do you know why they were deciding? Because Cameron said, I will follow through what you vote on.
Right.
Now, he lied, because in our constitution... hang on. In our constitution, a government can promise you anything. A government can promise they're going to cut your taxes. They can promise they're going to give you £100 for Christmas.
Well, they would never lie about that, would they?
But they can't do it, because the only people who can do it, surprise, surprise, is our sovereign parliament. So unless Parliament said it was going to do it, and it would do that by having a vote, and then saying we've had a vote, and now we'll follow through what you say. So actually, Cameron lied. The Conservative Party lied to people. It wasn't in their gift to give the people the result for the referendum. Our Constitution doesn't allow it. And going back to Heidi Allen, the point she's trying to make there, we live in a representative parliamentary democracy. We don't have direct democracy. We don't have the will of the people. All I do is vote for one MP. Parliament is the will of the people. I have given my MP is my representative. He's not my delegate.
All right. Well, that was a lot of information, a lot of facts, Mark. But unfortunately, nobody is interested in information or facts anymore. But I appreciate the effort. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. So, God, it's at least it's not. Well, I was going to say at least it's not boring, but you may not be of that opinion. I mean, it really isn't. Kids, if you have just become interested in politics over the last couple of years because you couldn't be bothered to go out and vote during the referendum, you thought, it'll be all right, I don't really care, you know. Then, and afterwards, you were concerned about your future. Well, too blooming late afterwards, isn't it? But it's not normally like this. Politics not normally like this. I mean, politics was a furious anger machine when Mrs. Thatcher was on the throne. I remember it well at university. People were angry beyond belief. And after that, not much really happened. I mean, you know, there was a couple of wars, and Tony Blair was elevated to sainthood status when he first came in. Things can only get better, was the refrain, and they just started to get worse from that moment on. But apart from those couple of hiccups, politics really, really boring until a couple of years ago. But it's not ordinarily like this. And we don't ordinarily have the that clown show going on in America either.
Oh, shut up!
It's not. These are strange times indeed. So where are we? And where are we going? And how long will it take to get there? All these questions and more will be answered or not, as the case... Paul says, our cat, named Brexit, will be dead before all this is sorted. Oh, that's a terrible thing to say. Poor little pussycat. This says, Stephen Upminster says, are you sticking by your prediction that MPs will vote no at next week's meaningful vote, but if there is a tweaked second round, will vote yes, purely to avoid cancelling their holidays? If so, I am betting the Christmas budget on it, says Stephen Upminster. Yes, Steve, that is exactly what I am saying. I would go further than bet the Christmas budget. I'd put your house on it. You can't lose. In fact, I guarantee to make up any losses. Guarantee not available in your area. Terms and conditions apply. Always read the label. Here is Kingston upon Thames. Hello, Kate.
Nick, great show this evening, by the way.
Thanks, Kate.
I loved Tired Man. Oh, I could do that around him.
He just seemed so exhausted, like he just couldn't take it anymore.
No, well, I think we all feel a bit like that. But anyway, I had to call in because a caller of yours earlier on said something which I thought was very true.
Oh, this is a terrible line, Kate. Is there anything we can do to clear this line up? Do you have a...
can you hear me better now?
I suppose so. Go
I
ahead.
talk louder.
Yes, that's right. When in doubt, just talk louder.
Okay, I'll be like that comedian shouting into a brick of a phone.
Oh, yes, that one.
That old one, 1980s, I think.
No, it wasn't that old, surely. It had to have been in this decade, wasn't it?
No, when mobile phones just came in, and there was a comedian, I can't remember his name,
yeah,
and he walked around in a Mac,
I know exactly who you mean, but they can't be that old. They can't be over 10 years old, is it?
Yeah, he was loads of dosh, man. Remember?
No, that was Harry Enfield.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's not who you're talking about. You're talking about somebody else.
No, it was Harry.
No, it wasn't.
He had a character.
No, it was not Harry. And you're talking about the fella that dressed up in a bunny outfit and had sex with another man in a bunny outfit in the cinema. That was funny. Yeah, I'd pay to see that again.
Yes.
Unless I was actually a punter in the cinema, in which case I'd be very upset because that's not cheap. But anyway,
£40.
40?
One person, no popcorn included.
40?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it £40?
The new one, and Piccadilly Circus. It's been revamped, and the best seats are £40.
Well, I would want to take my seat with me when I leave for £40.
I know, well, that's what they're saying. Don't go there, go to the theatre instead, it's cheaper. Since when has the theatre been cheaper than the cinema?
There's a cinema that's been revamped and charges £40 for a seat. That can't be true.
It is true, I heard it on LBC.
Oh, well.
So it must be true.
Like I said, there's no doubt about it.
No doubt at all.
I'm stunned. 40 quid to go and see a picture.
Yeah, it's a central London one. Like I said, I can't remember whether it's Piccadilly Circus or Leicester Square, but it's one of those two.
Well, I know that they've gutted the big one next to us, because we're in Leicester Square, and
well, it's that one then.
Well, no, but they haven't finished it yet. It's just a big hole.
Oh, well, the LBC presenter, I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
Said that he was going to try to do a deal with the cinema whereby if he talked about its great films all the time, they'd comp him
give him a discount.
So
he was right. Well, one of our presenters was complaining about the price of going to see the flicks. Huh?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I think so.
Anyway, can I talk about this caller earlier on now?
Go on.
Please. What he said was that there were a lot of Brexiteers who would rather remain than see a bad Brexit.
Yes.
And you said, quote unquote, I don't know about that.
Yes.
And I actually think he's got an incredibly valid point, because Brexit was such a complicated issue. I think there were loads of people, people always think there are firm Brexiteers and there are firm Remainers. But I think there was a vast swathe of people in the middle who found it really, really hard to decide that they should vote Remain or Brexit, like me and like the chap earlier. And, right up until the last minute, I could have gone either way. In the end, I did vote for Brexit.
But why, though? Okay, so what swayed you right at the end?
The EU just annoys me. The fat cats and their dinners and
that's got nothing to do with the EU, fat cats.
Yes, drunk old Burko wobbling around with his
fat cat, right?
With his glass of port in his hand.
Yeah.
And,
I can imagine that as an official, he would annoy you, whereas, say, Jacob Rees-Mogg doesn't.
Oh no, he annoys me too.
Yes.
Because apparently he's anti-abortion, and I mean, anybody who's anti-abortion should go back to the 18th century.
I think he's anti-everything, isn't he?
I don't know. I don't know that much about him.
Well, I've got detailed files. I can tell you what he voted against, if you like.
Yes, go on then.
You may want to fill while I search.
Yes, anyway, okay, filling. So I think that there are loads of people who would rather remain than have a soft Brexit.
Right, here we go. Jacob Rees-Mogg's beliefs. He's a supporter of 0 hours contracts. Huh. Well, that's a strike against right there.
Well, that's also a reason for remaining in the EU, because they're very hot on workers' rights.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I voted in. First of all, I voted in. I didn't do any research, just like nobody else did. I thought it'd be better to be part of a big gang in a crazy, mixed-up world, which is being run by people who have the mental ability of a 5-year-old. So imagine yourself in a school playground. Do you want to be the small child on your own, with bullies roaming about the place, or would you rather be in a gang? I thought it'd be better to be in a gang, by which method we'd be able to repel, the worst of all people.
You are going to love President Trump,
for instance. And second, I just got the feeling that the European Union would, like the conglomeration of all of these disparate views and different voices, would be more inclined to enact policies that would be for the little people, rather than a host of old Etonians who are running this country, as though it was their own private little club.
No, I agree with you, and I didn't realise that when I voted. It's something I've realised since, which is another reason why I would be totally in favour of a second referendum, because people can't help having been educated over the last 2.5 years.
No, I think that people have been working overtime not to be educated. I think people have never worked so hard. We've never studied more than in the last couple of years to ensure that we haven't learnt a thing. Okay, here's some of the things that Jacob Rees-Mogg has and has not voted for. Consistently voted against investigations into the Iraq War. Consistently voted against allowing marriage between two people of the same sex. Voted against equal gay rights. Voted against smoking bans. Voted against allowing marriage of people of the same sex. Huh? What was that?
No, that's all terrible.
Well, hang on a minute. It gets worse. He voted against laws to promote equality and human rights. Voted against allowing the terminally ill to be given assistance to end their life. Voted against investigations in the Iraq War. Again, voted for replacing Trident with a new nuclear weapons system. Voted for reducing housing benefit for social tenants deemed to have excess bedrooms. Voted against raising welfare benefits at least in line with prices, and so on and so on. Voted against a banker's bonus tax. This is 15 strikes and you're out.
We don't want him as Prime Minister, do we?
He's never going to be Prime Minister.
Oh, let's hope so. I mean, could there be anything worse than Theresa May?
Could there be anything worse than Theresa May?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. There's a bumptious, supportly fellow with a hair don't that would be considerably worse, I warrant. Not even worth thinking about, is it, Kate?
No.
I know, it's bad enough as it is. All right, thanks a lot.
Okay.
I've got to go. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Ron says, it's the Odeon in Leicester Square next to your studios. £40 for the top seats. What? How can a seat cost £40 to see a cinema film? To see the cinema. No, that doesn't make sense. To see a film. I mean, I'm trying to dance around saying the word movie, which does come naturally, but I know people get very exercised about the Americanization of English. But technically, it is a movie because it's a moving picture. 40 quid? That's a lot. That's a ridiculous amount of money. Who's going to spend £40? So if you're going as a pair, presumably you would, and you buy a bucket of popcorn to go with it, why anybody needs to eat through a film, I have no idea. How hungry are you? And whoever invented, or whoever put popcorn and cinemas together needs to be taken out and dealt with, because it is the worst food to eat in a cinema. Because it's so noisy. mean, chasing those kernels around a box that amplifies the sound. You're a percussionist when you're eating popcorn in a cinema. And there's also the fact that popcorn smells like old feet.
Disgusting.
So, if you want to have your ears rattled by the timpani section while smelling a tramp's socks, then go to the cinema. It's a wonderful day out. They haven't finished it yet. Well, last time I looked, it was just a giant hole. They'd gutted the entire place, the Odeon Leicester Square. Unless it's there's another. Oh no, they pulled the other one down. And they're building a much-needed 5-star hotel. That's the last thing that London needs. Another blooming 5-star hotel. Does anybody want that?
No.
Of course not. So they pulled down a paradise and they put up a parking lot. Can you believe that? Get Joni Mitchell on the phone. She'll sing it to us. This message says, yes, it is the Odeon Leicester Square, which reopens with the new Mary Poppins movie this month, and it will be charging up to £40 a seat. That said, they have said that the majority of tickets will be starting at £10. I guess it's a supply and demand, says that message. 40 quid for £40, I'd want Mary Poppins to burst through that screen and pilot her umbrella over to my house and tidy it for me. Couple of hours. Let's have Kingston. Hello, Christopher.
Yes, good evening. I apologise if I'm partially inaudible. I've got a heavy cold. I want to talk about Jeremy Hunt's comments about what he said could be the risk of civil disobedience if there's a second referendum.
Yes, you have a heavy cold.
Stop whining. I do apologise. I'm sorry about that. I hope I'm clear. I think that would indeed be the case, and I think people like myself, one of the 70.4 million who voted for Brexit, will be justified in doing so.
In doing what?
In civil disobedience.
Like what?
I know it's not in our British culture. We're so sort of lethargic and apathetic, unlike the French. Civil disobedience has resulted in Macron removing the fuel tax charges,
yes,
for example.
Which is a mistake, but...
Well, what is? Macron's insistence on putting them in, because affecting rural communities in France or not? Yeah. What's a mistake?
They don't pay any more for their fuel than we do.
Right.
Well, are we complaining about it?
We pay so much for our green levies. I don't want to digress.
Well, you have done.
About green levies, there's a lot of old nonsense anyway.
It's not a load of old unless you don't believe in science. Are you one of those people that doesn't believe in science?
We don't talk about man-made's contribution to climate change is highly debatable anyway.
No, but it's not really. I think the science has been settled. 99.9% of all scientists on Earth who have investigated this issue say that it is happening and we are responsible. The only people that don't know what they're talking about have said that the opposite is true.
I have to disagree. Many of these scientists aren't climatologists. Anyway, that's not my point. The point is about civil disobedience.
Yes.
I staged a debate some years ago at the Hurling Club. I got the great and the good to talk from both sides of the argument. Daniel Hannan, Christopher Booker, Peter Love, chairman of the European Movement, the American ambassador, etc., etc. Now, what's happened now, after the referendum, is we're not getting, people like myself, what we wanted.
Well, what did you want? There was no option on the referendum for what you wanted.
Yes, there was.
No, there wasn't.
Cameron said the result of the referendum in that £9 million piece of propaganda that was sent out will be honoured.
But okay, but what is honoured though? Is it Theresa May's deal? Is it no deal? Is it WTO? Is it Norway plus? Is it Canada plus plus plus? Which one of these?
Well, leaving the European Union. Now let's talk about Ian Duncan Smith talking to Adam Bolton the other day. It's a misnomer to talk about a no deal because the European Union has WTO rules, trades with other countries with WTO rules, so we mustn't be.
But that's what people are talking about as when they say no deal. That's exactly what they mean when they say no deal. We have to fall back on WTO rules, which would be disastrous, according to almost everybody that has spoken about the issue.
No, not correct. Peter Mooney in the Telegraph, who was trade minister at that time, set up the Uruguay round, which created the WTO, writing last week, talked about the fact, Nick, that the average tariff will be 4%. If you read Roger Bootle...
Yes, the average tariff may well be 4%, but some businesses are going to be severely inconvenienced, to put it lightly, with tariffs of up to 40%.
Which business are you specifically referring to?
Farming.
farming, hold it. My understanding is Gove is going to honour the subsidy of $3 billion until 2022 of farmers' subsidies will be continued if we were to leave the EU.
Well, that's just propping up farmers, which is one of the reasons that people voted to leave the European Union in the first place, their farming policy. We are spending how many billions to prop up farmers, idly doing putting their feet up and smoking a cheroot?
Well, the COP accounts for about 40% of the European budget, doesn't it? Something like that. But if we were to leave, Gove is committed to spending around, is it 3 to 4 billion?
Well, that doesn't sound much like what you would, honouring the vote. If people voted in order to stop such practices, then how can you trumpet that we're going to continue with them?
I don't want any subsidies for farmers personally, but he's made that commitment. Are you suggesting most people voted to leave the EU because of free movement and immigration? That may be one factor. It wasn't for me. I know the backs of Amsterdam, Nice, Lisbon treaties backwards. I'm surprised how the public are so ignorant about these factors.
You're surprised?
Well, I'm particularly
genuinely, you're surprised that people aren't familiar with the intricacies of all of those deals?
Well, anybody who reads the Telegraph, the Times, the Mail ought to know those factors, shouldn't they?
Well, the Telegraph, the Times, and the Mail.
For example, the Daily Express, in a more simplistic term.
So that would be how many million of people?
Well, multiply it by 4. I don't know what their readership is. But I'm really concerned that we're not going to get it. And it seems to me, if you look about the Grieve Amendment, actually it's not legally binding.
What do you think is going to improve once we're out? Well, I mean, what is it that you are looking forward to so much? I don't get it.
Well, I'm looking forward to making our own rules, and I think, like, when New Zealand...
But, okay, which rules are you chafing against?
I think we'll have lower prices. We can import food from...
We will have lower prices?
On food, for example.
Talk about a lone voice in the dark, Christopher. You're the only person who said that.
We will be able to import food from Africa, the Caribbean, without EU tariffs. That's a fact. We would also have a situation where we could strike trade deals with the rest of the world. New Zealand made its deal with China.
We already trade with the rest of the world.
Yes.
You know, when people say this, it's as though we don't already do business with China or India or Japan or Germany or all of these places.
We don't have a trade deal with them. We can't do so. The EU hasn't been able to get one. Switzerland has. New Zealand's got a trade deal with China. Everyone said it couldn't be done. It would take 10 years, but they got it. We could get these trade deals. I think it would be absolutely fantastic.
I ask you, how is it that we do so much trade with China if we don't have a deal with them?
I don't know what our exact percentage of trade is, but our exact percentage of trade with the EU is about 44%, I think.
Yeah.
So we have a 36 billion surplus with the United States. We could have much better deals, which we're prevented from having, with other countries. When they talk about
based on what information are you suggesting that they would be better?
Because the EU has, with 28 nations, have many different interests, hasn't been able to get these trade deals with India, China, and others. Whereas countries on their own can do so because there's 28 different
do you really think that it would be in our interests to act on our own, a tiny little insignificant island off the coast of Europe, alone trying to negotiate deals with the might of China and America and
Yes,
Japan?
we're the fifth biggest economy in the world. We can do it. New Zealand's done it. New Zealand's done it with China. They said it couldn't be done. We need trade negotiators. Now, in the Telegraph yesterday, Adam Marshall...
we haven't got any. That's the problem,
we're going to use some of New Zealand's Australian, from what I understand. Let's look at the American trade agreement. There was some scepticism in Adam Marshall's column in the Telegraph yesterday. He was suggesting, why do we actually need an agreement with the United States? The Office of Trade Responsibility or so on, because Trump is protectionist. I'm a bit I have a slight anxiety about a possible trade deal with the United States. Our surplus at the moment, the Americans are becoming protectionist. Would you agree?
Well, I think the Americans have become whatever mood Donald Trump happens to be in that day.
Well, you may well be right, but I think there's a wide horizon of opportunity, and all the pundits, the so-called experts, as Gove said, they've been proven to be wrong. This Project Fair has not been
none of those people have been proven to be wrong because we haven't left yet.
No, but after we had the referendum, they said there would be unemployment.
Okay, so those are that's the last word on people suggesting that there may be some negative consequences for
Well, he said immediately after, if we were to leave...
That's the line that you've drawn, and what you said then, if that's not true, then nothing that you ever say in future is true, which is the same kind of thinking that has got us into this mess with the climate change. People like you say that, oh, well, the scientists, well, what do they know? They got that wrong in at some point in history. Some scientists said something that was incorrect. Therefore, we must never believe what scientists say from this moment on.
Well, as far as the scientists, let me talk about that. You have the University of East Anglia concocting and filling the figures. You had the Indian railway engineer who was the head of the United Nations...
You're doing exactly what I just said. Because some scientists have once got something wrong, then we must never believe any scientists.
Well,
and you just did
models.
exactly what I just said.
But do you agree they've been doctoring the models?
I think that people have... There's been misinformation about every subject that has ever been invented since the dawn of time.
True. But these scientists, so-called scientists, are not climatologists. You have people who are geneticists, whatever. That's not their area of expertise. I'm digressing from the argument.
Which scientists are... What is the subject of expertise of the scientists that you believe?
They are specialists in climate change.
Name one.
Climatologists. They're not like the scientists at the University of East
Name
Anglia
one expert climatologist who has suggested or is saying that climate change does not exist.
I can't remember his name, but I refer to Christopher Booker's very knowledgeable articles in both the Sunday Telegraph and the Mail, and Nigel Lawson's comments in his book about climate change. I don't know Nigel personally, but I agree with a lot of what he said when he speaks about this thing about global warming, so-called.
Right. I would imagine that anybody that speaks about global warming and suggests that it is not true is...
Well, no. He suggests man-made's contribution is disputable.
Disputable. Right, okay. Because it's disputable, because there is some question, then we must not do anything about it and cross our fingers and hope that we'll be all right.
Well,
potentially the worst thing that might happen to humankind in history, we just because it would be. I think it comes down to this. First of all, there's significant numbers of people in the fossil fuel industry who would lose money because of it. That's why Donald Trump claims that he doesn't believe in climate change. It's because of the money that the fossil fuel industry has given him, millions and millions and millions of pounds. And others, they just don't want to change their life. They want to ignore the coming wave, literally and figuratively, because to do something about it would be inconvenient.
Well, to take up your comments about Trump, in today's Telegraph, coincidentally, about coal, it was saying that his promises can't be actually, he can't go through on those policies because of fracking. He's making it cheaper, and that the coal, his promises to preserve the American coal industry can't be realised because of fracking.
Don't try to impute any reason into Donald Trump's thought.
Well, fracking is going to make coal irrelevant, isn't it, in the States? Because it's cheaper than coal production.
Not coal is dead. I mean, his whole coal thing is just ridiculous. We're going to have clean coal.
Because it's going to be cheaper to produce oil this way, gas this way. If you read today's Telegraph, funnily enough, they're talking about the Trump's promises about coal can't be honoured because of the economics, because of the production.
Because Donald Trump said it. Just disregard anything he says on any subject. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The President, with his nomination to the Supreme Court, we're now going to change the balance for people like myself, people who live between this country and the United States. The thing's going to tilt. I disagree with you, Nick. I think it's great. We got Kavanaugh. I think it's wonderful.
Right. Well,
I'm really encouraged that America is waking up and I know there's a lot of. I don't like the man personally, but I think there's a lot of things. He's putting American interests first.
No, incorrect. He's putting his interests first. When he says America first, he means Donald Trump first and everything else second.
What do you dislike about his tax cuts? money's come back into the American economy.
What I dislike about his tax cuts is that almost 80% of it went to the top 1% richest families in America, as you would expect.
Yeah, but corporation tax has been cut from 35% to around 20% now.
Yeah, and what happened to the workers' wages? They didn't go up at all. In fact, a considerable number, I can't remember the exact percentage, it was like 30, 40%, have had no wage increase of any kind for a decade or more.
In the United States?
Correct.
Now, when we talk about workers' wages in this country...
Well, we have got a similar situation in this country.
We do, but on the other hand, we could also say we priced ourselves out before 2008, before the financial crisis. I would look at it that way. When Beecroft, who was a tech specialist, is talking about making the UK economy more elastic, Cable, who was business secretary, and Savit Javid, who took over the role, refused to honour some of Beecroft's recommendations, which will make our labour market much more productive and flexible.
How would it make too regulated? Oh.
Yeah, because the
regulations are usually put in place to protect the little people, and it's why and that's why the rich and those in possession of the means of production chafe against them so much, because it prevents them personally, the top 1%, from taking all of the money in the world. Christopher, it's been enlivening. Let me put it like that. But I gotta go. I'm 5 minutes past the break.
Hello, boys.
Jason emailed, ask the Toff if he thinks the world is round. Well, which Toff? Is he talking about the person I was just talking to? Get him back on the phone. Okay, no, let's not. No, he was an excellent call. It was just a bit like a news stand had burst into life and was shouting at me. Is there any newspaper he didn't know from front to back? This one says, I know how to sort Brexit. Have a Brexit tax. Anyone who makes money on gambling or unicorn poo or whatever scheme the Brexit politicians have to personally profit... Or whatever scheme the Brexit politicians have to personally profit when we leave, and if the rest of the country goes into decline, those profits are taxed at 99.99%. Within 1 second, you'll see all the Brexit gobs cave in faster than the one house. That we will be able to... maybe this needs editing. It doesn't make any sense. Either that or I'm reading it wrong, but that can't possibly be true. Because, I'm practically perfect in every way. Southwark, hello, Barry.
Hi there. I've got so much to say.
Oh, no. Not another one.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, oh, my word. Brexit annoys me. It just seems to bring out all these weird people out of the woodwork. I don't know where these people they've never thought about anything.
Woodwork squeaks, out come the freaks.
Yeah, they really do. Just in relation to the Toff, right? You mentioned the India trade deal.
Are we talking about the fellow that I was just talking to?
I think that's
he's the Toff, is he? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what we would call him now. I'm tired of I'm really tired of these people. They want to think the India trade deal. Britain scuppered that actually. It was Britain that vetoed the trade deal because they didn't want migration. Yeah, that's what happened.
We didn't want migration from India.
That's right.
Well, that's hardly worked out very well, because India is about number one of the places that we are experiencing immigration or migration from.
Yeah, that's right. But we were really afraid of that when the EU were making a trade deal with India, so we vetoed the trade deal because we didn't want migration, visa-free migration from India.
But we're getting it. India is number one. It's not Poland. It's India. No. I think it's India first and then China second. That's where people are coming from.
Well, these are the great ironies of Brexit. But it just brings out all the mad ironies. I mean, it's like the WTO tariffs they talk about. These are vetoed by Russia. We've given Russia a hand at vetoing our tariff. So we can't just charge what we want or not charge what we don't want. And if we don't charge anything, we break our farmers, and because they won't be able to produce at cost. And no one's really thinking about the bigger picture.
Well, I think our farming industry will fall on its face, because WTO rules are, and I can't remember the precise numbers, but they are particularly prohibitive for food, and especially live or sadly dead animals. But this notion that we don't trade with the rest of the world, and that finally, once we're out of the shackles of our evil European overlords, we'll be able to trade with the rest of the world. We do, but it's like we don't trade with China. China gives us more imports than practically every other country on Earth.
I mean, I don't think the Toff has been to Poundland or any of those pound stores because they're full of Chinese stuff that's absolutely cheap. I don't see what trade deal we could get to make it cheaper than a pound.
Yes.
It doesn't really make much sense.
That is true, yeah. Mind you, the pound store got put out of business by the 99p store, so, we're always looking for a bargain.
Imagine when we get a trade deal. For 94p, it was really, really breaking down.
I just looked it up. China is our 4th biggest importer.
Yeah, we've got loads of stuff coming in. I don't see what their issue is. We're trading all over the place, and we've got all these trade deals. Labour's finally mentioned these trade deals today. They finally say, well, what's going to happen to the trade deals that we're currently in when we leave the EU? This deal that Theresa May's brought up, it removes us from all of the trade deals. So we have no trade deals with anybody anymore.
We'll have to. Well, yeah, yes. We'll have to go to WTO rules and then try to better the trade deals that we've got. But unfortunately, trade deals take, on average, 7 years to negotiate.
Yeah, and we've got £70-odd billion worth of trade deals at the moment. So I don't understand how we're going to get that sorted out very quickly.
But, we're just dealing in facts here, and nobody cares about that anymore.
No, they don't. No one gives a monkeys. I mean, it's like they keep talking about, George Osborne said this, that, and the next. We trust George Osborne? Come on. This is George Osborne. This is the man who said austerity was going to be for 5 years or whatever. And that's it. We'll get rid of the budget, or we'll get rid of the budget deficit.
Well, I wonder if people remember George Osborne. No! Yes, they do.
They're not really thinking about anything. I think what they deserve, right? They deserve. We should have a second referendum. We should have a second referendum, and we should. And what we should do is we should blow these stupid little people's minds. We should have all of their 17.4 million versions of Brexit versus a Remain, right? And that's what we should do. So all the people who vote Remain can just be cohesive and coherent. We just want to keep things normal, please. And all of those people with all those different versions of Brexit, they apparently all knew what they wanted, yet there was nothing on offer. No one with any power had anything actually written down to say that this is what we are offering. So how can they know what they wanted? They might have known what they felt like wanting, but they can't have known what they were going to get.
Yeah, they may have had a feeling, which is what we're all about these days, but not the specifics of it. But I have to call you out on this, though, Barry. You would have to be out of your mind to say that you want a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
Nobody in possession of their faculties says that we should have a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
So I want you to think about that, Barry, and
the whole world's gone crazy.
It comes to something when your personal lawyer is guilty of multiple crimes. I mean, really, Donny, you are a caution, ain't you? He'll just... If Donald Trump thinks that Michael Cohen is somebody who can give up information about Donald Trump and is looking at a long stretch in jail and will do anything in order to eliminate that as a possibility, then Donald Trump will just pardon him. I mean, I'm amazed he hasn't done it already. Or maybe he's waiting to pardon his sons and himself first. You are so guilty, Donny. There's practically nothing that you do that is proper in any way, shape or form.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
Well, I got that wrong. Why can't I do my research? Simon in Windsor says, that bloke from Kingston kept backing up his arguments by quoting articles that he had read in the paper by journalists who know nothing about everything, yet he won't believe people who are experts in their field. Go figure. I love it when when listeners start picking fights with each other. Why can't people just get along? And Sam in Redhill says, I can't wait to see the faces of all the racists when they realise their East European plumber has been replaced by one from Pakistan. Well, I've said something of that order many, many times, and no one has ever called me to say, well, no, that's exactly what we want. We don't want Eastern Europeans anymore. We want people from the Commonwealth. Well, the last year that I have figures for was I don't know why it's 2014, but it is. Let's assume that things haven't really changed that much since 2014. These are figures in thousands from countries that have sent people to come over here. 14,000 from America, 12,000 from France, minus 6,000 from Germany. They liked it so much they left. We have a minus number with Germany. They're leaving.
Bye-bye.
It's 15,000 from Poland. 9,000 from Australia, and then here come the biggies, 20,000 from China and 34,000 from India, which I believe are outside the EU. I think America is outside the EU, and Australia and China and India. Last time I looked, not European. Mind you, Israel is part of the Eurovision Song Contest, and so is Australia now, so maybe I got that wrong. But China and India, the two biggest countries concerning net immigration, not part of the EU. So this nonsense that Mrs. M, I mean, I hate to kick her when she's down, but she keeps going on about taking back control of our borders. We have control of our borders concerning those countries. And yet, those countries are sending more people than any others. So explain that, I double dare you. And this isn't just a recent phenomenon. This has been going on ever since Theresa May hoved into view when she was Home Secretary. More people came in from outside the EU than from inside. Now, we do and did have control over the numbers of people coming from the EU because they had to get a job. If they did not, then we could kick them out. And statistic after statistic suggests they were not coming here to avail themselves of our excellent welfare system. They were coming here to work. In fact, they made a more positive contribution than the average Brit, which is kind of embarrassing, really. But I suppose not, as if you think that somebody who made the effort to come all the way over here from another country would be more keen to work than somebody who was brought up in this country, who was more used to, sitting around smoking joints and watching Jeremy Kyle all day. Ow. Oh, ow. Oh, I just hurt my knee.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Ouch. Ealing. Hello, Philip.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Is the line clear? Can you hear me okay?
Very clear.
Oh, that's good.
You are coming through clear as a bell.
I'd like to say, I'm a Kiwi. I like to say I'm from Cal Copper. But anyway, I want to comment on that fella. He sounded a bit like Jacob Rees-Mogg's brother, I think.
Did he?
Well,
anyway. Yeah.
Anyway, what you were saying about New Zealand trading with China.
Oh, yes.
Well, ever since, I think it was 2008 when they had the deal, ever since that deal, our food prices have really gone through the roof.
Because of that deal, or coincidentally?
Well, because what we have to do is we have to help compensate the farmers and our food producers, like dairy and stuff, to supply enough food and that to go to China. So, what's to say that's going to happen here if we're going to have a no deal here, or whatever's going to happen, or WTO rules or whatever, So,
is there much call for dairy in China?
Yeah, of course there is.
Is there? I didn't think they drank milk. Or is that the Japanese?
Yeah, no. There's a big deal for it. There's a big demand for New Zealand milk, cheese, and what have you. Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
definitely.
Right. Okay, then. The stuff you learn on this show is educational, isn't it? Well, a little bit. Dairy, you say? Righto.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's a fact, and...
well, we're not interested in facts, Philip. If it's a feeling, then that's acceptable, but we don't do facts anymore.
No, it's true. It's
Right,
true.
okay.
So us in New Zealand, food prices are really high. So
well, that's because New Zealand is in the middle of nowhere. That's your fault for being there.
Well, no, you never used to be like that. When
Well, millions of years ago. No, we were all
thank you,
joined
Nick.
up
I'm not there the whole
in
day.
one. Oh, okay then. It didn't used to be like that.
No, it's true.
Okay.
Yeah, no, ever since then. So I just can't believe that, I look at this country and,
And you're stunned. I understand.
I'm stunned, it had a good thing going.
Yeah. Why screw it up?
Why try and fix something that's not broken?
Right.
Well,
for various reasons, which people are disinclined to admit to, like they don't like being surrounded by foreigners, for instance. Well, I'd hate to break the news to you, but you're... Yeah, exactly. They're making an exception.
I was told by a bus driver, in the evening one day when I was, I think it was the day after Brexit, and he told me, "Oh, why don't you go back to your country then?"
Yes.
And I says, "Oh, maybe I will." I've learned from this country and that, and I've put a lot into this country as well as tax and my input in the community and business and what have you.
You've input to the community. Well, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I think that makes me feel, that makes me feel very welcoming.
So how long have you been here then?
24 years.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
So, right, so you've managed to hang on to the accent?
Yes.
It's a delight on the ear, Philip. It's like birdsong. Thanks a lot, mate. I gotta go. Cheers. 0345 6060 973. David says David Icke knows the truth. David for PM. Well, I couldn't get any stranger. Not really. Hammersmith. Hello, Sarah.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Oh, hello, Sarah.
Hi. Nick, I'm ringing because I honestly feel, with all this referendum business that's been going on, I honestly feel that we're all being taken for a ride, regardless of whether you're a Brexiteer or whether you voted Remain. And I honestly think that there's going to be a handful of very, very wealthy politicians and their families that are going to benefit from all of this.
There is, exactly.
Like the Rees-Moggs of this world, right? Like the Boris Johnsons of this world.
Yes.
Probably mostly, I would say, conservative MPs, okay?
Yes.
If they think we're going to be trading with these countries, first of all, they're the people that are going to benefit. And once it is all out of the way, the rest of us are just going to go back to austerity again like we were before the referendum.
I've said this over and over again. If you are rich, you will be just fine. If you are poor, you will continue to be poor.
Yeah, but Nick, it's not just going to be people like us, ordinary hard-working people in this country, that are going to go back to austerity. We're not going to be gaining much from it any more than the people in these overseas countries are, because they all have dodgy leaders who aren't democratically elected anyway. So my worry is, what kind of trade are we going to be dealing with? I mean, for example, if we were to bring or import food from some of these countries, it could be anything because there's no accountability out there, and also the hypocrisy from some of these very wealthy people like the Rees-Moggs and the Boris Johnsons and a lot of these very rich conservative MPs. I mean, they're real hypocrites because, people like Rees-Mogg, quite clearly, he's a Brexiteer, but yet he had his business moved to Southern Ireland, and yet the Irish people all voted to remain.
Well, he's addressed that issue, and his contention is that he's just opened an office there, and it's really quite ordinary and proper.
Please don't believe anything these people say. I mean, they're just a bunch of hypocrites. Boris Johnson just recently, yesterday on your news bulletin, he's actually made another 52,000 working on the Daily Telegraph, which he does, but he hasn't informed the parliamentary.
I know. People were just...
and he said he forgot 9 times.
Well,
how can you trust any of them?
Well, okay, but it's not as though he tried to keep it secret. His face was on the front page of the Daily Telegraph. He wasn't trying to slip. He wasn't trying to slip that by us.
No, but he forgot 9 times before that until he got caught out. right?
Yeah, I know people are trying to make a great deal about it, but I think he's probably just as disorganised as he looks.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not just him, it's the Rees-Moggs. There are so many others. It's only when it comes out into the papers that we get to know about it, or into the media. Otherwise, we don't know what kind of dodgy deals are being done. Quite frankly, what I would like to see, Nick, is I don't want a referendum. I think we need a complete new start, a fresh start. It's definitely time for a change. I mean, this government, whether it's Theresa May's government or the previous government, basically I feel has never spoken up for people like myself. I've always been on a very minimum low wage. I'm now disabled, so it doesn't speak for people like me on benefits. And I really would like to have another election. I really would, because I think an election is something where we can discuss Brexit issues and we can discuss remaining issues along with other policies.
There are other policies? There are other issues in the world? I had no idea.
Absolutely. Other issues and other policies, Nick, you know. And the thing is, I'm tired of also people telling me in the media, whether it's the press or the radio or whatever, saying, oh, well, people don't want another election. Well, I'm sorry. I've spoken to quite a few people, and they do. They said they're willing to discuss Brexit, whether to remain or to leave. But the thing is, they want other issues. It's high time we started discussing other issues, because otherwise the rest of us hard-working people are going to end up back in austerity again. And it's only going to be the Rees-Moggs and people of his ilk and his family who are going to be benefiting with all their juicy investments in all these countries where they've got undemocratically elected leaders.
Well, I think it's actually worse than that. Without pinning it down to a specific individual, I think that people who do the financial finagling for a living, people who are money persons,
which a lot of them are,
I would imagine that almost all of them have bet against the pound. What that means is that you could put it, you could say that it's unpatriotic. Some might say it's traitorous. But I think that certain individuals who are pushing most strongly for us to crash out of the EU with no deal would bet against the country in order to make money.
Money, anything for money, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you completely.
All right, Sarah, I'm going to...
Going extremely well.
You bet your life it is. Jason in Bristol says, I have the solution to Brexit. Oh, where have you been, Jason? He says, I will place it into a plastic bag and throw it with great vigour into the ocean. It will then be carried on the back of a magic dolphin to America, whereupon it will be found and eaten by President Trump, and so will end the tyranny of Brexit forever and ever. And if that doesn't work, then I don't know what will. Well, you're making a lot of sense, Jason. It's about time somebody did. And Chris the cabbie says, nothing to do with anything that you're on about tonight, but I just picked up Liz Hurley in the cab and she looked amazing. Well, of course she did. That's what Liz Hurley does for a living. She looks amazing. Pulchritudinous, you bet. I mean, what does Liz Hurley actually do? Apart from be so voluptuous that she needs safety pins to keep her into her dress. What does Liz Hurley do for a living? Apart from be Liz Hurley. Where did you pick her up from? Where was she going? There's lots of questions I need the answer to. Vancouver, Nick.
Oh, hi there.
Hello there.
I have a response for Angry in Kingston, or whatever the hell it was. Most Brexiteers don't seem to have realised the easiest market in the world for British companies is right on Britain's doorstep. It's called Britain. And when I go to my friends' houses, when I visit the UK, I look in their kitchens, and their kitchens, like kitchens in Canada, are full of German products and French products and Italian products. I look at the roads in Britain, they're full of BMWs and VWs and various German and Japanese cars. And I think people that think Britain need free trade deals need to realise that free trade deals won't help you if you don't have much of a product to sell. And if you can't sell your product to your own people in your own doorstep where there are no tariffs and it's about 10 miles down the road from the customer to the factory, you're not going to sell very many of them out here in Canada and in China and in the US.
Well, unfortunately, a long while ago, it was decided for us that we didn't really want to make stuff for a living anymore. We just wanted to hook our wagon onto the financial financial finagling horse. So that's what we do for a living now. The services industry, ripping people off and lawyering and accounting and all that jazz.
Well, I would agree, although, to be honest, to some degree, it wasn't that we didn't want to make things anymore. It was just no one wanted to buy them anymore, and so the factories went bankrupt. I've had this argument with a few of my friends who are down on Maggie Thatcher for getting rid of manufacturing. And Maggie Thatcher didn't design the Morris Marina. It was good old British ingenuity that came up with that.
Well, that's true.
And there's a reason no one in America drives British cars. It's because of cars like the Morris Marina.
Yes, but there's also a reason that nobody in Britain drives an American car.
Well, because you wouldn't get them on the roads.
Well, there's that, but also they don't...
My truck here is the size of the A40.
Yes.
Both lanes.
Yeah, and also they don't go round corners. They haven't invented a vehicle that can actually turn.
We just drive in a straight line from one side of Canada to the other. It's about 10,000 kilometres. But, but no, the idea that free trade deals are what's holding Britain back is so absurd. Germany sells products all over the world without any free trade deals. I mean, they are the number one seller of cars in China, I read now.
It does. It sort of beggars belief that people think that we don't trade with the rest of the world. But of course we do. The US is our second biggest importer. What does the US make that we're not already buying?
Well, I mean, the one thing, and the other thing is, the thing that's the major export from Britain to Canada now and to the US is cars. Specifically Land Rovers, Jaguars, BMWs, Land Rovers, Jaguars, Minis, high-end kind of stuff, because they're not cheap cars over here. All of those cars are owned by German or Indian companies.
Yes.
And it's the one industry that's likely to take the biggest beating through Brexit.
Oh, they'll
conversely,
leave.
Brexit could actually reduce Britain's exports to North America
yes, quite
considerably.
Possibly. Yeah. But I don't think that we make cars that get exported to America. Aren't BMWs made in Mexico? They're also made in significant numbers in America itself.
Yeah, and I misspoke. When I said BMW, I meant Mini, because BMW makes Minis, right? And when I've been here since '85. When I first came out here, you couldn't buy a British car here at all. They were not available. You couldn't buy a Jaguar. I mean, I think they had some dealerships out in Toronto, but in Vancouver they just didn't exist on the roads. You just didn't see British cars at all. It's only since the Germans, the hated Germans, have taken over British manufacturing that you now see British cars on the road here. You know, I mean, if it was left to the scions of Eton, the Rees-Moggs and the Urquhart Smiths of the world, there'd be no British things for sale in North America at all. Our upper classes are just bloody hopeless at managing things, and we need to accept that. We're better off with the Europeans running our factories. They do a better job of it.
Also, people may be surprised to learn that America is our number one export market. What do we make that America isn't already buying? I don't get what benefit people are expecting from a new trade deal. They're already buying all of our stuff.
Well, there seems to be a thought that maybe Americans and Canadians will buy services, but they won't, because we view services exports in Canada the way that Britons view those Europeans coming over and working in Britain. We view it as a theft of jobs.
Well,
allowing Britons to do work in Canada is stealing work from good Canadians.
Yes, it's one of the few industries, with inverted commas around that word. It doesn't look like an industry to me, but that's what they call it, finance. It's one of the few industries that America is in direct competition with us. We make the same stuff. There's the same crooks who are going after the same pounds and dollars. Why would they want to buy that service from us when they're being led by Mr. America First?
It's also one of the few exports that is universally, every country in the world attempts to reduce service imports. So they make it as difficult as possible for people outside to come in and work. Financial services are completely banned from Canada, from the US, and that's a far more important market than Britain will ever be. Yeah. We don't allow American banks to operate in Canada because they'd wipe us out. They really would. It's a big country. We actually have a fairly a thriving financial services industry within Canada because we ban all outside financial services. And that's not going to change for Britain. I mean, you know, I mean, I shake my head. I really do. It's so bizarre to watch Britain. Well, it's not that bizarre because we shot ourselves in the foot in the First World War. We shot ourselves in the foot in 1925 with the gold standard. We did it again in with Suez in the, you know.
Nick, you give us a rifle, and that's what we'll do.
Yes.
All right. Thanks a lot, Nick. See, that's an education for everybody. He didn't sound like he was talking from inside the room. I bet he was talking on a landline. That weren't no mobile phone. Have they made a mobile phone yet that can actually be used as a phone?
No.
Helen said, leave or remain, either way we are stuffed. Really? Leave or remain? Well, that doesn't leave much to hope for. Leave or remain, either way we're stuffed. The hidden elite puppet masters will have their way. The puppet masters. Georgina says, I know nothing about Brexit, backstops, customs unions, etc. I did a bit of research and I'm still none the wiser. Like Teresa, I too am diabetic, so I am scared to death of not getting any insulin. Those who lead the way for Leave, Farage, Gove, Boris, must have had a plan. They should be made to share it with Teresa, says Georgina. They must have had a plan. I don't think so.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
No, I don't think so. Did this man have a plan? I'll take that as a no. Did he have a plan other than saying...
Here we go. Okay.
No, that was it. It's excruciating, ain't it? 0345 6060 973. Phil says, how about Noel Edmonds for the next candidate for PM? He has the perfect resume for Brexit. Deal or no deal? Pick a box from the EU and walk away with 1p or 38 million. I'll take the box with 38 million in it, please. Which one's that? What a game that is. I can't believe that's a television show. Why would anybody watch that? They didn't even ask you questions. There's no element of skill about it at all. I'll have whatever in that box, please, and that's a show. You believe that? I am stunned. It must be Noel Edmonds' winning personality that powers that programme.
I think you're having a breakdown.
Yes, well, somebody should, and I am. Helen says, leave or remain... Oh, no, I've read that one. Baz says, British manufacturing was poor in the 1970s. My dad bought a Triumph Dolomite with a wood interior trim. British Leyland workers were that shoddy that they forgot to sand it down, and you ended up with splinters. On a positive comment, is the A to Z of 2018 on during Christmas? Yes, it is. I've been looking forward to that all year long. The A to Z of 2018 will start on, I think it's Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve, the A to Z of 2018. So you get your thinking caps on now. A Triumph Dolomite. That was a fabulous looking car. In fact, I'm going to look one up right now just to remind me. It wasn't as good as the Rover TC 2000, but the Triumph Dolomite. Wait a minute. One moment, please. Triumph Dolomite. Ah, yes. Oh, what a great looking car that was. A little bit like the old BMW, the pre-E36 model. Fabulous looking thing. In fact, it did look a bit like the old the Rover, but not quite as handsome a beast. Wonderful. I bet that costs a bit now. I bet if you find one of those that still works, it'll cost you a bomb. I bet it doesn't go like a bomb, though. Nottingham. Hello, Ben.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Just listening to your conversation about
Brexit and manufacturing and all the rest of it. I work as a sales rep for a company that supplies industrial spares into the manufacturing industry. So it's things for sort of bearings and electric motors, pneumatics, hydraulics, etc.
Yeah.
So I see all different kinds of industries. I see the food industry. I see building products. I see plastics. You name it. If it's got being made in a factory, I probably visit the factory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The biggest issue I can see with
I'm sorry, you're cracking up, Ben. You obviously don't manufacture good mobile phones, so it's not your fault. But go ahead, say that again.
Signal. I said that the biggest issue I can see with Brexit and manufacturing is the lack of labour that we're potentially going to be left with. I do think it's a good thing that the government's announced in the last week that anyone that's here already will be able to stay, and I think that's going to make a big difference to people. But if you look at the farming industry last year, in the last 12 months, they really struggled for labour.
You look at the what industry?
The farming industry.
Farming, okay.
So, they've really struggled in terms of the labour for picking the fruit in the fields, and they've...
Yes, well, many other industries are also reporting difficulty in maintaining the number of staff that they need. I think that we're in a funny kind of period now. We're almost about to enjoy or suffer, depending on how it works out for you, another industrial revolution. And I think it's going to make Brexit look like a tea party. It's going to throw everything up into the air. And the industries that you're talking about, I'll let you come back in just a sec, but the industries that you're talking about are experiencing a staff shortage now, but I think in 10 years' time, they will have replaced all of those people that they can't find anymore with robots.
Affirmative.
And the robots will kill all of those jobs, so we might not need people to come here and do those manual labour tasks because artificial intelligence is going to be doing them for us.
No, and I kind of agree with that, to be honest. I mean, it is going to force a lot of companies to invest heavily in robotics.
Yes.
In terms of the picking and the packing. But, we're still not at the stage necessarily where, perhaps we will be in 10 years' time, but we're not quite at the stage yet where, robots can do everything. There are still jobs that the robots still need maintaining, mind, and that's the other thing we're short of. We are massively short in this country of skilled engineers. And every single company that I visit schools to recruit and keep decent apprentices that want to get their hands dirty and not just sit in front of a computer and go home at 5 o'clock and start at 8 o'clock in the morning. That is a massive issue, and I'm telling you now, in the next 10 to 15 years, that could potentially be the biggest problem this country faces, because in terms of the all the robots and everything, they still need looking after. They can't maintain themselves yet. We're nowhere near that, but we still need people that can actually maintain those production lines. The robots might do the job of the actual manufacturing, but they still need looking after themselves.
Yeah.
Bearings still need replacing, chains still need replacing. It is a massive issue at the moment for every single industrial company.
So mechanical engineers?
Mechanical and electrical engineers,
right.
But
so
the
kids,
way a lot of them are trained. Yes, and the schools have got to put more effort into recruiting and getting kids interested in engineering, because if they don't, in the next 10 years, this industry ground to a halt. All the engineers that I deal with, or should I say, probably 80% of the ones I deal with are over 40.
Right, it's like the building trade. Exactly. I think the average age of a bricklayer now is 50.
That doesn't surprise me at all, and it's most of the guys that I'm dealing with are within 10 years of retirement.
Yeah. So if you're listening, kids, and you're thinking about whether to do media studies or mechanical engineering, then I think you definitely want to do mechanical engineering. Yeah. Well, this has been educational, Ben, and I appreciate the call. Thanks. What?
No worries.
Okay, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Now we're giving career advice. This is a helpful program, isn't it?
No.
This pale P-A-I-L, Pale, says, that Deal or No Deal game you was talking about does have skill. Does have skill. You have to have a feeling of what's in the box and believe. It draws a lot of parallels with Brexit. Well, obviously I got that wrong. That is the stupidest game I've ever seen in my life. Why would anybody watch that? There's no skill in it. I just don't get it as a show. Like, I really don't understand why anybody would watch it. People, I'll have that box there, based on what? I just think that it might have some money in it. All right, well, let's open it and see if you win or not. Not. And that's our show. Please watch next week. Well, let me think about that.
No.
No. No. Even if it is being introduced by Noel Tidybeard, I will not watch it. Not now. Not ever. Never. Stupid show. Well, shame on the people that are watching it. Who would watch... why would you spend half an hour watching somebody guess what's in a box? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. I can completely understand you watching something where people get quizzed on general knowledge. I mean, that game with the Chaser, whatever it is, where they get somebody who knows everything, and you have to compete with them. I quite like that show. The guy who does it, the comic, I can't remember what his name is, but he's good. I can understand the popularity of that program. That I get. But what's in the box? Why would anybody watch that? Mystifying. I'll just add it to the things that I don't get. Andrew in Bournemouth says, we could end Brexit by going to war with Europe. We could invade and beat them, and after that we could change their name to Britain 2. And that would be the end of Brexit. Well, that's an excellent idea. Who do you think you're kidding, Mr. Juncker, if you think we're on the run? Because we are the boys who will stop your little game. We are the boys who will make you think again. I've mentioned this on the air before, but when I was a kid, I always used to think that the lyrics were, Mr. Brown goes off to town on the A21, but he comes only cheeving, and he's ready with his gun. And I thought that was some sort of wartime slang. Cheeving. What on earth does that mean, I thought. And this was, of course, before the internet, and so you couldn't look it up. I didn't want to ask anybody in case I seemed like a dope in their eyes. So for years, I thought that Mr. Brown was only cheeving, and he was ready with his gun. And I was mystified as to what that might mean. But it wasn't that. It's Mr. Brown goes off to town on the A21, but he comes home each evening, and he's ready with his gun. Stupid.
We're running late!
Phil says the secret to Deal or No Deal's success was the time slot it was shown in. 95% of viewers were either too tired, too old, too infirm, or possibly dead to switch it off. And David in Cleethorpes says, if you're doing an A to Z of 2018, I wonder what B is going to be. Well, I can't think. Nope, nothing's coming to mind. Lewisham, hello, Max.
Oh, hi, Nick. And, yeah, I called because, Brexit and stuff. And the referendum, I'm so pissed off that I couldn't vote because I'm a European citizen, so Cameron decided that we should not vote.
Yes.
Just as other people that have a very big interest in remaining in the European Union, as, 1 million plus Brits living in Europe. So he really decided that we should not have a say, not to dilute the British will. And so, because it was advisory, I think that's a phrase of David Davis. He said this thing about the dilution of the British will.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so because it was only advisory, every parliamentarian is now free to consider that there would have been at least another 4 million votes from the other side if David Cameron would not have been such an enemy of the human race. Yeah? So. An
enemy of the human race.
I think this is nonsense. Yes. Well, how would you call someone that excludes 5 million people that are greatly affected by a referendum from a vote that they are obviously entitled to? Because, we came here, 3.5 million of us. We came to a country which is a liberal country that is rational and thinks about, getting better and getting along with each other. And then it gets taken over by this bunch of clowns, far-right nationalists from the 1800s.
Yeah.
And everybody goes mad. So at this point, either they take us into consideration, or they give me back 20 years of taxes so I can move back to where I came from. So this is my opinion.
Well, as long as you don't say anything controversial, Max.
and this is for all those nut jobs that keep on saying that because it was a democratic decision, it was the greatest mandate. We only excluded 5 million people. There are those that were really interested in it. So it was gerrymandering. It was
yes. The big issue that the government seems to be disinclined to deal with is how much influence Russia had on this whole referendum. And they appear to have at least greased the wheels for Donald Trump to be the president of the United States of America, even though he's not a very nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
So the Russians appear to have had some influence in getting him into the White House, but they also, at the same time, were trying to influence the Brexit referendum. And we don't know to what extent they were successful. And as the result was so tight, it seems a bit of a stretch to say that this is conclusively the will of the British people.
Well, no, it isn't. But, Russia may have been just lucky. Even if they did a terrible job, it went their way. Of course, it is in their interest to weaken the whole West. And it's remarkable that these people that really want to weaken the West, they think they are patriots, because, yes, we'll do what Russia wants, and we'll destroy the Western bloc and the Western economy, which is what they're doing fundamentally, and they see themselves as patriots, and it's incredible. And but Russia may have been just lucky, fundamentally.
Well, yes, yes, but we don't know, and the government seems to be disinclined to actually investigate it.
Well, Theresa May is trying her best to cover it up as much as she can and stop any investigation and pretend that nothing happened. And
because the consequence of admitting that Russia may have been successful in its efforts to get us out of Europe, to weaken Europe by us leaving, if we admit that, then what? I mean, that's another added level of complication. So I don't blame Theresa May or the government for not wanting to address that right now, but it is a pretty large elephant in the room that it might not actually be the will of the British people at all.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Well, we don't know. See, that's the issue. But to maintain with certainty that it is the will of the people, and that was a clean and clear and valid referendum, I think is stretching it a bit.
And we should never ask again, because that would be the people forever and ever.
No, we'll never be asked our opinion of anything again, at all, ever. Do you want sugar with that? Not even that is going to be a question that will be levelled at us. All right, thanks a lot, Max. 034. Thanks for the 20 years of taxes. We appreciate it. 0345 6060 973. Stephen Yeovil says, that chap you had on talking about more engineers are needed is correct. I'm an electronics engineer close to retirement, but when I was an apprentice, our chief lecturer said, they say one day it'll all be done with a touch of a button, but they will still need somebody to fix that button. Well, that is true. What's about to happen, by all accounts, by many accounts, is going to be another industrial revolution, and it's going to upend the world just like the first industrial revolution did. It's going to change everything. Vast numbers of people are going to get are going to be unemployed. Never really to be able to work again, because it's pretty tough to retrain somebody who's spent their entire life doing one thing to then retrain them in something completely different. I mean, if you are somebody who bashes bits of metal and staples them together, then it'll be a bit tough at the age of, say, 50 or even 40 or even 30 to retrain you as a IT consultant or a sales rep or a hot oil masseur, or whatever soft skills will be required in the new economy. So there's going to be generations who are going to be redundant, I imagine. And what's going to happen after that? Who knows? I mean, like I said, we're concentrating on Brexit, but it's almost as though we're paddling in the shallow end, unaware that a tsunami wave is heading right at us. Belfast. Hello, Morgan.
Hi. Look, this whole Brexit thing, I think we're getting too concentrated on the economics sometimes, and I know that's possibly the most important thing to, on an everyday scale. But the fact that Europe, even the United Kingdom, the Act of Union was set up in one way, yes, economically, but to stop us all killing each other. The European Union, the European Steel Coal Commission, to stop us fighting. So we knew what each other are doing. We're in each other's pockets in a sense, not financially at our lower level of society, perhaps at the top, who knows. But we need to take stock of that as British people, as people from the United Kingdom, from Northern Ireland, Irish people as well. We're in a very weird situation here living in the north of Ireland.
Are you okay? So you're talking about the Irish troubles, or you're talking about the lack of a world war in Europe?
I think that Britain is so divided, first of all, over this just one thing, and I think people are getting very, Brexit means, for the first time, I think maybe they've been, not listened to, they've had a say, many people, and I don't disagree necessarily with, I don't, living in Northern Ireland is a very different, we have a different pan of fish to fry, as it were.
Okay,
yeah?
Do you think that if they put a border in place, that there was this hard border that people are talking about, that people got checked going in and out, just like any other border, are people going to start shooting each other again?
It won't fly here. There's no chance yet. There's no chance and I'm saying even amongst the most liberal people that I know, we really do not want that. There's, it really, things have come too far on in the last 25 years. They've come on so well, and nobody wants to go back to the terrible things.
Right. So let's assume that that's not going to happen. Now, the other thing that people say that the European Union has achieved is a lack of a world war since it was, since the Second World War, when that plan was hatched, and this is where we are now. And I'm not sure that really, if we leave the EU, it's going to make it more likely that there's a world war. I think if it seems that the presence of you-know-who in the White House would make it likely there's going to be a third world war.
I'll bring us into war.
No, I don't think that's the case. I don't think Britain leaving is going to make one iota of a difference.
No.
Right? What I do think is that the reasons for Europe being set up, the European Steel Coal Commission, etc., was for that thing of stopping us having the ability to go to war. I mean, Britain is not the colonial power it was, etc., etc.
No.
Look, you could look back to it depends on one's interpretation of this, to the Act of Union between, let's just say, England and Scotland here.
Such a pause there, Morgan. I fell off a cliff there. It was such a long pause. I don't do pauses longer than that.
So if we look at 1801, I think
no, not a history lesson.
No, think about that.
History?
Boring!
I can't stand it. No, I'm sorry. I have to draw the line there. I will not be educated, not on this programme. I will not learn my lesson. But thanks, Morgan. Better luck next time. Let's see if I can squeeze Stockton-on-Tees in. Brian, you're not going to teach me a lesson, are you?
Evening, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Well, we have to be quick, don't we? There's not much time left.
That's right.
what a mess Brexit's become, hasn't it? And
a mess.
I'm sorry, Nick. It's the Remainers, of course, all listening. It's the Remainer government who brought this deal back, which is no good after 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Theresa May, she's appeased too much, and they've never given her anything. I mean, Remainer Parliament. She's got to go, Nick. I've said it before, and you've got to get a Remainer Prime Minister, Leave Prime Minister and a Brexit Prime Minister to try and salvage this mess.
Well, name one. Who's going to be an improvement over
David
Mrs.
Davis.
M?
David Davis.
What's so great they named him twice?
I think what's got to happen now, Nick, is this. It'll get turned. It won't get past, will it? This deal.
Not first, no. I think it'll go past on the second reading because nobody wants to lose their Christmas holidays.
Yeah, but you can't send air back to Brussels.
No, Brussels aren't remotely interested in talking any further. They've talked their face off.
They'll talk, Nick. They need a deal as much as us.
Oh God, we're not back at that level, are we? We haven't even moved past that. They need it. They need us more than we need them. Ugh, it's all the Remainers' fault.
Stop whining.
It's all those blooming Remainers.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
No.
What the hell is going on?
Nobody has any idea anymore, Donny. I mean, really, not a clue. But this we do know. Britain is facing a washout weekend with heavy showers expected to bring 2 days' rainfall in just 1 hour, as well as strong gales of up to 70 miles an hour in some parts. It's still happening right now. Temperatures are set to drop tonight in the north and east of England, seeing highs of only 5 centigrade. It'll feel much colder than that because of the strong winds. There'll be strong winds like you've overdosed on sprouts.
Disgusting.
The wind will continue into tomorrow with scattered showers in the north and the west. And the chance that some of these could be wintry, because the wind will be coming from the north, which is where they keep the cold. However, highs in the north and central England are still above average for what we'd expect at this time of year, and it's all thanks to global warming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Which is a real thing, and not something that the Chinese made up to make Donald Trump use less hairspray.
Oh, shut up!
A Met Office spokesmodel said snow is looking unlikely at the moment. But as we get into the middle of the week, things become more unsettled, and it's not out of the question. Well, in the middle of the week, nothing is out of the question. And I looked it up on the World Wide Web to see what we're going to be having over Christmas. Wet and windy in the northeast, colder and drier in the far east. This is the forecast up to and including the 22nd of December. So not quite Christmas. When wet and windy in the northeast and colder and drier in the far east, when those two meet, that means one thing, fact fans. Squirrels will be blowing snow off their nuts. But this is up to the 22nd of December. We could be getting snow up until that point. But will it last? What about Christmas? Well, from about the 22nd, eastern and southern areas may become drier for a time with more sunshine and night frost. Temperatures likely to be around normal for the time of the year. It'll be the only normal thing about this month. Everything else seems to be crazy. If you could put this month into a sound, it would sound like this. The outlook from the 23rd of December until the 6th of January. Will it be snowing? The early part of this period, including Christmas, looking fairly changeable with showers and longer spells of rain, not snow, possibly wintry over higher ground. Temperatures around normal. Into the new year, drier and colder, with a greater chance of night frosts, which sounds like no snow on Christmas Day unless you live up a hill. Oh well, better luck next year. If we have a next year, who knows what might happen between now and next year?
I'll bring us into war.
I'd expect it. Now, there is a war going on between our lawmakers and Facebook. And they are being outgunned at the moment because Facebook has all the money in the world that Bill Gates doesn't own. Huge. British MPs have leaked a trove of documents about Facebook, and then they accuse the company of spying on users' calls and texts and signing secret deals to give access to their data, to your data, in other words. They're nicking your data and sticking it up the internet. Former workers at Facebook described a toxic and hostile atmosphere at the social media giant, which is odd because they're the type of company that decks its offices out with beanbags and slides and popcorn machines, like everybody that works there is 5 years old. Mark Zuckerberg crawled out from under a rock, leaving a trail of slime behind him, and said that Facebook never sold anyone's data. Really? He said, "It weren't me, I ain't done nothing." Or whatever that translates to in binary code. And Facebook's in trouble because not only have they been accused of selling people's most intimate and personal details, but they've also they are accused of disseminating fake news. Lying, in other words. And the way that people with evil intent have sought to swing elections, not to mention the tidal wave of hate that pours from its pages. Have you seen Facebook lately? In America, Russians have been accused of using Facebook to harm that lovely lady Hillary Clinton's prospects of being elected over Donald Trump. The Tangerine Scream.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
In the UK, some have claimed that misleading information was used to promote Brexit in the run-up to the 2016 referendum, which rather implies that as the vote was so tight, we can't know if it was Russia what won it. Which makes it curious that Mrs M, Theresa May, is refusing to even contemplate that any shenanigans were took place in the run-up to the Brexit vote. Curious that, don't you think? The data of around 87 million Facebook users was harvested by a company called Cambridge Analytica through Facebook. And it's been claimed that they used the information to access people's personalities and come up with political strategies to sway voters to back not only Brexit, but also Donald Trump. Even he can't believe he won.
I'm president! Can you believe it?
No. This consultancy firm called Cambridge Analytica boasted it can find your voters and move them to action. And in 2013, a professor used his app called This Is Your Digital Life to ask 270,000 Facebook users questions about their personalities. And by answering them, users granted this fella access not only to their profiles, but to those of all their friends. Presumably unbeknownst to them. Because, as you know, if you've ever come across if you've ever used the internet, you've come across one of those boxes that says, tick here to agree to all terms and conditions. And do you tick?
Yes.
Do you read?
No.
Nobody has ever read the terms and conditions. As in, ever. And this fella, who got the information from 270,000 people who said, yeah, all right then, he managed to get from those 270,000, 87 million Facebook users. Because everybody on Facebook has friends. Or what passes for friends these days. This data firm suspended its chief executive after recordings emerged of him making a series of controversial claims, including boasts that Cambridge Analytica had a pivotal role in the election of Donald Trump. And the same information is said to have been used to help the Brexit campaign right here in the UK. Which means that we don't know if it was Russia what won it. And because it was so tight, that rather puts a shadow over the entire process. Don't you think? And there's a court case going on at the moment. I think it's one of several. It's this also is going to come to a head next week. The corrupt and illegal practices of the Vote Leave campaign in the 2016 referendum undermined the validity of the decision to leave the EU, the High Court has been told. Relying on findings made by the Electoral Commission about overspending by the pro-Brexit campaign, British people living in Europe have patriotically launched a legal case against the referendum result and saying that it should in effect be set aside. Does anybody want to go through all this again?
No.
Never mind about a second referendum, we're going to have to rerun the first one.
Oh, no.
They said breaches of spending rules are serious offences that vitiate the referendum result, said the lawyer for the claimants. Vitiate. That's one of those £100 lawyer words. I had to look it up. It means to spoil or mar. But, these people earn the big money, so they come out with the big words. Vitiate. Have you ever heard such a word in your life? They said corruption and illegality in the course of an election or referendum may have a consequence. You bet it does. Corruption and illegal practices undermine the rule of law and democracy. See, this is over and above the thing with the Russians. I mean, there was significant overspending, data breaches, and possibly this Russian involvement in the referendum. And the people who are bringing this action say that the electorate can no longer be expected to respect the result. RESPCT. Respect. It was this decision. Seymour. Who's Seymour? Seymour Butts. Jessica Seymour, the QC for the claimants, criticised the decision by Theresa May not to act on the findings of the Commission. She's just refusing to even contemplate such a thing. I mean, she knows it went on, but she's refusing to say anything about it. The QC said her repeated refusals to take any cognizance of what was discovered is irrational. See, more £100 lawyery words. The judicial review has been launched by an organisation called UK in EU Challenge, which is the worst name for an organisation ever. UK in EU Challenge? That's rubbish. It represents Britons living in France and Italy and Spain, who presumably have forgotten how to speak English. It argues the Commission's findings on B-leave and vote leave. B-leave is also pretty weak, isn't it? B-leave and vote leave resulted in... the Commission's findings on those two organisations resulted in 2 officials being reported to the police and fines being imposed, meaning that the 2016 EU referendum was not lawful or fair or free. Those are the only conclusions that you can come to, ain't they? I think we was robbed. Now, the Commission found in July that B-leave spent £675,000, which should have been declared. No! Not even Boris Johnson hasn't declared that amount of money. Sue Wilson, who lives in Spain, is the lead claimant, and she said that the challenge was about making sure the law was fair. What a sense of humour. Is the law fair?
Negative.
Of course not. She said, we know vote leave broke the law. We know that overspending influenced the result of the referendum. Now the judge is expected to give his decision next week. Isn't it exciting?
Yes.
It is, a little bit. Just a little bit exciting. Because if the judge says, yes, criminality has been engaged in here, and the referendum might not be as legal, decent, honest and true as we have been led to believe, then who knows what might happen. Chaos may ensue. But nobody will notice because of the swirl of chaos, this eddy of catastrophe that we are all being sucked down into. Oh. But anyway, the people who, that bloke who runs Facebook, he should be sent into a corner to think about what he's done.
Everything is going extremely well.
But if you make headache pills, everything is going extremely badly. Honestly, have you ever seen anything like it in your life? I was mentioning this yesterday. Kids, if you have only recently become interested in politics because of the kaleidoscopic clown show that's been going on both in here and in America, I have to tell you, it's not normally like this. It's normally a lot more dull.
Boring!
That's what I'm saying. But talking about Facebook, the scale of the personal data harvested from you and traded by multinationals has been made evident this week. And it's our elected representatives who have brought this to our attention. They opened the book of evidence and they said, have you ever seen anything like this before? When you tick an online consent box, you are basically letting some giant corporation into your life forever. You've got no idea what you've just agreed to. You could have just agreed to a personal grilling in a Saudi embassy. Analysis by Her Majesty's Daily Mail found that the Marriott International Group, Facebook, Asda, PayPal, BT and Tesco et al. Engaged in hidden data harvesting and sharing. Giant firms can use the data that you gift them to build a profile of you and then target adverts at you and pass it to other organisations that you never even heard of. And they shared some examples of what has been traded. Pregnant women's due dates given by a supermarket chain to third-party companies, unnamed, for marketing. So if you are a woman who is pregnant and you keep getting adverts on your phone and every website that you look at for, I don't know, what are pregnant women like? Pickle-flavoured ice cream. Then that's the reason why. Children's voices recorded on YouTube Kids app, whatever that is, are being used by Google to promote other apps. They're recording the voices of children to use for advertising. Is that legal? Passport copies given to PayPal for account verification purposes are being shared with Microsoft for facial recognition products. Now that is really creepy. You know, pretty soon, all those cameras that are around, I mean, we have something like a quarter of all of the CCTV cameras on Earth, I think, pointing at us, recalcitrant individuals in this country. For some reason, we're so blooming criminal that we need a quarter of all the CCTV cameras in the world in this tiny island. And would you be remotely surprised if they weren't if they couldn't be backward engineered to include facial recognition? Everywhere you go, you're going to be logged. And people might say, well, you've got nothing to worry about if you're not doing anything wrong. Well, the concept of what constitutes wrong can change on a daily basis. Health details, ethnic origin, and political views of Facebook users are being used by the social network for targeted advertising. And that could gift the presidency of the United States of America. It could get us out of the ew. Anything is possible. And viewers of BT television are being profiled for advertisers according to their the profiles of the television watching and telephone call records. They know more about you than you know about you. And emails detailing how Facebook accepted cash in exchange for access to its users' data were published by Parliament this week. Facebook's staff discussed whitelisting companies including, but not limited to, Airbnb, Tinder and Netflix, allowing them to retain access to Facebook user data if they placed enough advertising. Wow, it just gets worse, don't it? Mark Zuckerberg. You know Mark Zuckerberg, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. He's Facebook's chief executive. He wrote in a private email that access to user data could be licensed to advertising buyers. That mealy-mouthed dweeb has to go, and I mean that with the greatest respect. I mean, he's just so slimy and creepy apart from anything else. Talk about Revenge of the Nerds. The whole reason that Facebook exists is that he couldn't get girls to go out with him in college. I don't know that that's right, but there's no such thing as facts anymore, and if you make it up and say it out loud, it becomes true. But I do know that he wrote a program when he was in college that allowed men to rate women's attractiveness on campus. That's what started Facebook. I feel like I need a shower just thinking about it. And he is vying to be the world's richest man, with another weirdo in sunglasses with a rocket fixation who's destroying town centres, and they both pay about as much tax as a church. And on top of that, as though that weren't enough, the most powerful man in the world is the world's crookedest baby. There is no God. I hate to bring that up at Christmas time, but there's no getting around it. But if you ticked a box that you saw online, you are now their property. Which is, it's a bit unfair, really, because the reason you ticked that box is so you could just get what you wanted. And they wouldn't give you what you wanted if you didn't tick the box. That's right, isn't it? You have the right not to tick those I accept boxes, but then you don't get to have the thing that you want. And as we have the self-control of a 2-year-old, being denied something is not something we can even contemplate. And it's pretty evil of them to make access to their cool stuff dependent on us agreeing to whatever is buried in a contract so long and complex that no one in the history of humankind has ever read one. I mean, why? It's just a product. Why can't we have it without giving our life away? I bet even the people that wrote those contracts haven't read them. And now everything you've ever bought or thought or felt or wondered about is now the property of these online companies. Well, at least we can be certain that they are keeping all of our intimate details safe. Of course not. Virtually anyone with a laptop and a spare 5 minutes can hack into these companies to harvest all of your data, because to keep it safe would cost money. And why would they want to pay to keep anything safe? Particularly the data of the people that didn't read the contract to give up that data in the first place. It's not our fault. They deliberately make it too complicated. They know we're not going to read it. That's why they make it so long. It should be the bloomin' law that you don't have to agree to all of your data being harvested just to get some cool thing, just to say hello to people that you don't know. They're my friends. Last week, the hotel chain Marriott announced that hackers had breached its database of 500 million guests. 500 million guests! And attackers got some combination of passport numbers and names and addresses and bank card details. Nothing important, just anything that any crook would want from you except your TV and your watch. And this hotel group also routinely stores the names and ages of its guests' children, and room service orders, and social media accounts, and employer details. And they share this information across its operation in 150 countries, including Venezuela, Gabon, and Libya, wherever they are. Now, does that in-room purchase information include any, video channels? Because by ticking an online accept box, Marriott guests consented to giving up this data and to acknowledge having read the 5,600-word privacy policy, which said that no storage system is 100% secure. Well, 50% would be a good start. People actually sign that without reading it. Are they out of their minds? No. Of course not, because no one's got the time to read a 5,600-word contract when all they want to do is repair to their room and order up a channel with all the, giggling and the wobbling.
Disgusting.
When you click on an I agree button on Facebook, it says that you are giving over data which includes, but is not limited to, life events, your religious views, political views, or your health, and your racial or ethnic origin, philosophical beliefs, and trade union membership. Tesco's gives its customers details to Sky so they can target them with advertising. And it also links its club card shopping data to insurance firms from its financial services arm. You know that tequila and intimate body massage oil you bought on the business trip away from the family? That's on your permanent record.
Oh, no.
And Sky, meanwhile, cross-references the data of its own customers with Experian and Royal Mail and public sources to create profiles of them and their households, which form the basis of its ultra-targeted advertising. And the only thing worse than that would be to have all your data used by a company that targets ads at you to swing elections and take countries down the road that they personally want. In other words, That's why we're here.
I'm going to kill you.
Ruth in Watford says, when they asked me to agree to privacy T's and C's, I just cleared tab and back arrowed. What does that mean? Cleared tab and back arrowed. What does that mean, Ruth? If you don't agree to the T and C's, that means you don't get to have cool stuff. I don't get it. So you've never agreed to any privacy T's and C's. That means you've never had any cool stuff. What do you do with your life, Ruth? David Hartley emails, who's rushed off to work for Facebook then? Why, it's none other than the committed Remainer, Sir Nick Clegg. Now on a big salary, having sold his party down the river. Yeah, thanks a lot, Nick. Still not missing you, by the way. And Pauline in Woking says, you're biased. What? Me? You're biased. The Remainers probably did the same and worse. Oh, it's that whole what about mentality. Oh, well, what about... never mind about Donald Trump. What about Hillary? God, it's just painful. It is excruciating. Doesn't matter if you kill anybody because previously somebody else has killed somebody, so it's okay then. I just don't know what's happened to the world. I think that the human race has taken a wrong turning. Did you see that article about where the imminent destruction of the Conservative Party by Peter Oborne in the Daily Mail? I mean, talk about piling catastrophe on disaster. What's about to happen this week is just mind-bending. And in the run-up to Jesus' birthday as well. We're about to witness the destruction and complete annihilation of the Conservative Party. Are you aware of that? This is the scenario that was outlined by Peter Oborne in the Daily Mail. I don't know if it appeared in the physical paper today, but it was certainly on the worldwide weight. And you could tell that it was by a professional journalist, Peter Oborne, on the Daily Mail website, because it was spelt correctly. I don't know who does the checks on the stories that go on the Daily Mail website, but they make spelling errors in the headlines. Is anybody actually checking those stories?
No.
He says, when David Cameron announced the Brexit referendum almost 6 years ago, his main objective was to end once and for all Conservative Party divisions over Europe. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
He says Tory divisions over Europe seem insoluble. If the PM is defeated on a EU withdrawal deal on Tuesday, the Conservative Party faces imminent civil war. I thought that had started already. He says if there's a defeat on Tuesday, the first challenge to Mrs M's authority would come from Jezza, who as leader of the opposition will be entitled to put down an instant vote of no confidence in Mrs May's government. Anybody got confidence in Mrs May's government? Yeah, it's a big from me. If she lost that vote, she'd be out of Downing Street within hours. Booted out by Jeremy Corbyn, who'd tell her to go away and take this with you. She'd be able to go home and spend more time with her shoes. If she lost the vote, she'd be out. The most likely result would be a Labour victory in a third general election in as many years, says Peter Oborne, because voters will punish the Tories. Quite right too. Look at the mess they've created. Have you ever seen anything like it in your life? Peter Oborne says, my guess is that Mrs M would win a vote of confidence in the Commons. Her backbenchers would finally come to their senses and support her, mostly out of fear of losing their jobs in a general election rout. Exactly. I believe that too. Well, further than that, I've said it over and over. I think that Mrs M is going to lose the first vote, and then she'll reprint her little scheme on maybe pink-coloured paper with flowers in the margin, and she'll say, "Look, it's different." And MPs will say, "Oh, all right then," under threat of having their Christmas cancelled. I betcha. And, of course, the Conservative Party, they'll all get into line, because the thing that they fear most of all is losing power. And they will. If we go to another election now, I reckon they'll be out of power for the next 10 years. And that will concentrate their minds. I bet Mrs M has got this deal passed by Christmas. But anyway, back to Peter Oborne. He says the next move for May, if she wins this vote of confidence, would be to go back to Brussels to explain to the leaders of the other 27 countries that they must offer concessions in order to get her deal approved in Westminster. And they'll tweak just something. They'll put a cedilla under a C or something like that. They'll tweak it just a little bit so that she can come back and say, look, it's completely different. And MPs will, who haven't even read the first draft, will say, oh, OK then, now you've convinced us. And in that circumstance, her leadership would survive. I'm betting on her. Did I not say that when Jacob Rees-Mogg and all that lot made the move to get her out, that she would flick him away like fluff off her bolero jacket? I think that was the exact phrase that I used, and I was completely correct in every respect. And this is exactly what is going to happen in my opinion, but in Peter Oborne's opinion, he says that her leadership would survive if she got a deal second time around. But if a deal gets struck down for a second time by MPs, Mrs M's authority would be shattered. Poor Mrs M. I mean, I am feeling sorry for Theresa May. Because you climb up the greasy pole of politics, always with an eye on the top job, thinking that everything is going to be fine when you get there. Finally, the pressure will be off, and you'll be able to, stretch your legs, put your feet up, and have a cigar. Because that's what it looked like when David Cameron was PM. Did it look like he was actually working very hard? No. Or at all? The only time that he ever looked like he was making any effort was to trying to squeeze himself into a hefty-sized wetsuit on a beach in front of children. Still hasn't managed to find one in his size. Best of luck with that, Dave. More than 100 Tory MPs have already indicated that they regard Mrs M's deal as a sellout to Brussels. Now, some of those might quit the party and fight the election as independents. Not many, I bet. Probably some Tory Remainers would resign. Others, showing shameless personal vanity, would abandon a weakened Mrs May and exploit the opportunity to promote their own leadership ambitions. Who can he be talking about?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Another option, facing this mess, would be a second referendum. If we have to go through that, I may actually, my head might explode. A second referendum. But if Mrs May agreed to hold one, there might be a Tory mutiny. Those people will go berserk. Peter Oborne says whatever happens in the coming days and weeks, Britain is about to plunge into the most scary week in its post-war history. Unless Mrs May wins on Tuesday, we're faced with stark choices: a lame duck Prime Minister, months of political paralysis, a challenger to Mrs May as Tory leader, or a Corbyn government. Now, he says that if there is a challenge to her leadership, then hardline Brexiteers know that the party's leadership elections work in their favour, because grassroots Tories, they want out of Europe more than they want mince pies for Christmas. A series of hustings between rival candidates would see Tory MPs reduce the number to 2, and then a winner would be chosen based on a vote of all members. And any hardline Brexiteer would be favourite, no matter who they are, or what they are. Just because Tory grassroots are overwhelmingly Eurosceptic. And that means that some catastrophic clown show like Jacob Rees-Mogg or Boris Johnson would be running this country. And that would mean dozens of MPs quitting the Tory party, mass defections if, on the other hand, a Remainer won the contest. The Conservative Party are doomed. And it's all thanks to David Cameron.
I think this is nonsense.
It is your fault, Dave. If there's no common ground between Europhile and Eurosceptic Tory MPs, then the party's going to split into two factions. They'll find themselves incapable of living alongside each other in the same party. Thus, the choice faced by Conservative MPs on Tuesday isn't simply whether to accept Mrs May's deal, it's about the survival or destruction of their own Conservative Party. Wow! Excellent column, Mr Oborne. And that kind of puts it into perspective, what it is that we're looking at this week. Like I said, if you were a young person and previously you thought that politics was dull boring, and you have just recently started paying attention, I've got to tell you, it's not always like this. But keep your eyes peeled, because this week it's going to be like a fireworks display over there. I might even actually turn on the Parliament channel.
Alrighty then.
LBC, not BC. Ron texts, if the Tories are out of power for the next 10 years and Corbyn waltzes into number 10, will we still be here in 2029? 2029? I'm not sure we'll still be here at 8:30. Peter tweets, the second referendum will lead us to the conclusion, the third referendum. Yeah, well, assuming that we get the second one wrong too. If at first you don't succeed, keep doing the same thing over and over, because that'll work. Jason emails, the destruction of the Conservative Party is the only silver lining to Brexit. And Paul says, I hope you're wrong about Mrs M's little scheme. They've got £50 on here, on there being a second referendum in 2019, with Remain to win at 7-2. What does that mean? 7-2. Does that mean you have to put £7 on to get 2 back? Or do you put £2 on to get 7 back? Does it mean that you'll probably just lose all your money? Because the house never loses? Probably that, yeah. Probably the last one. Lewisham, Hannah.
Oh, hi. Hello, Nick.
Hannah.
Hi. Look, you know, with all this fake business and personal data theft, I read 1984 some, God knows, 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah, I listened to the song, if that counts.
Which song?
1984. You know.
Is there a song called 1984?
Of course there is, by the Eurythmics.
Rock and roll! Really?
Yeah.
By the Eurythmics? How come I missed that?
I don't know, but this is an educational programme, isn't it?
No.
It certainly is. I've been thinking of getting the book again and really reading it, especially with the fake news and the facts that in 1984, it's exact. In fact, I don't think we should be calling it fake news. We should be calling it what Orwell called it, newspeak, in which basically meant that you were told by Big Brother that black was white and white was black. Completely the reverse of the yin and yang kind of business. But in the book, poor old Winston had to find a tiny little.
Well, don't tell us.
No. I mean, I'm not going to give anything away.
Spoiler alert!
Warning! Warning!
No. I would never ever. I'm a reader, so I would never ever do that. But
right.
Winston had to find a tiny little alcove in his bedsit or whatever to actually, get away from Big. And
to get away from prying eyes, when he was doing his personal business.
Disgusting. Yeah. I have the perfect answer for that, Nick, and that is not to be on Facebook and Twitter and the myriad other...
What?
No, I'm not on it at all. Partly it's because I'm not the demographic for it.
Well, what does that mean? You're a human being, aren't you?
Sometimes I wonder. But yeah, no.
Well, what do you mean, not the demographic?
Well, I'm not. I'm a pensioner, so...
That's okay. Pensioners can type too.
I'm not a Silver Surfer.
You know, if you said 10 years ago, and it's amazing how what a short period of time it has taken for us to become utterly dependent on all this technology. I think our smartphones are only about 10, not much older than 10 years old. It's incredible how quickly they've taken over. But if I told you 15 years ago that the young people would spend most of their time typing, you thought I was out of my mind.
And you know, on that point, I sometimes, not sometimes, but I actually observe people, especially in trains and things, and buses, and and I kind of sort of think down on the mobile, where are we going to get our artists and creative people from? Because half the stuff that creative people do is to observe the world, and that goes for writing, that goes for painting, that goes for poetry.
Well, you know what? I have a theory about this.
Observation.
I've got a theory about this. You see, I think one of the reasons that a lot of artists, both musicians and the concrete artists, these days come from public schools or comfortable middle class backgrounds, is that they can afford to just while away the time honing their craft while not earning a living. Now, it used to be the case that people could do that while earning the dole. In the 1970s, there was a huge explosion of music, for instance. And I think that one of the reasons that it happened in this country, we punch above our weight in that regard, particularly in modern music, is that in the 70s and 80s, there was a giant pool of young unemployed people who could still pay the bills because they were being supported by the state, and they could, as I said, hone their craft and become artists. Now, these days, pretty much everybody in the pop charts, all of those excruciating singer-songwriters who sing through their nose, all of those kids, they're either middle class or better off than that.
Yeah, and I think one of our National Institution actresses talked about the fact. Was it?
Actors. Yeah, if every blooming actor on the telly now has been to Eton.
Yeah.
Now, in the not too distant future, to just finish my thought, I think there's a lot of people are going to get fired by robots.
Correct.
We're all going to get sacked by AI. And so that will mean that, again, there is a huge pool of unemployed people, and they can't just earn nothing because otherwise they'll all starve to death. So the country is going to have to stump up something in the way of, keeping their heads above water. So we may get another wave of artistic endeavour. Isn't that exciting?
Well, I should look forward to it. But can we go back to this this data business?
Yeah.
Don't you think
data?
The phrase...
Do you mean data?
Well, I grew up with data.
Data?
Yeah.
Okay,
data?
I say data.
Oh, no, actually, you're absolutely right.
You say data. Let's call the whole thing off.
No, hang on. Star Wars. It's data, isn't it? Not data.
Star Wars?
Data.
What's Star Wars got to do with it?
Isn't data in Star Wars or something?
Data?
Character called data.
Oh, not Star Wars. Star Trek.
Oh, Star Trek. All right.
Oh my God! Okay. It's worse than I thought.
Can we get back to this data business? Do you not think that this word harvesting is a word straight out of a horror movie?
You're eating people. That kind of horror movie.
Precisely. Soylent Green. I was going to mention that.
Yeah.
Soylent Green.
There's another film that we've ruined for everybody.
There's a what?
That's another film we've ruined for everybody. Never mind. By the way, right at the end, Bambi's mother gets shot. Sorry to break the news to you.
Can we talk about Hillary Clinton now, please?
Wow, talk about taking a left turn. Sure, why not? Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump's going to build a wall around her.
I'm building a wall. Okay.
Have you heard that there's been rumours that she might stand against Trump again?
No. Where did you read that?
Have you not?
Where did you read that?
I heard it from somewhere, and I thought, no, that is just not possible.
No, it isn't possible. She is definitely not going to stand for the presidency of the United States of America anymore.
Well, I'll hold you to when 2020 comes.
Okay, then.
Because if she does,
She won't.
that's it. You know, we've had it.
Well, in other words, you mean that Donald Trump will become president for probably?
Well,
he will announce that he's now president for life. He's had a little chat with his mate who runs China, and they've come to an agreement.
Well, if she stands again, it's win. You know, if she doesn't, we might just have a scintilla of a hope.
Right.
Just a scintilla.
Yes.
Yes. That's it, Nick. That's all I wanted to talk
Well,
about.
it sounds like you did just that. Thanks a lot, Hannah. Cheers, my
Thanks,
dear.
bye.
Get yourself one of those new smartphones. Step into the 1990s. You never know, you might like it. Vince in Winchester says, George Orwell predicted cameras watching us everywhere. What Orwell failed to predict is that we'd buy the cameras ourselves, and that our biggest fear would be that nobody was watching. Wow, you've just blown my mind.
Groovy.
That's right. We are inviting the tools of surveillance into our lives. Not only our lives, but our most intimate moments. We take them into the bathroom with us. Saved me a lot of time, at least an hour and a half. Appreciate it. You know, when the Parisians, when that Parisian was talking about the uprising in Paris, it was, I don't know, there's just something about the French accent. The Italian accent is like it too. It's just impossible to sound angry in the French accent. Oh yes, we are very angry. It sounds like he's whispering sweet nothings in our ear. Italians would sound like that as well. Of course, the Germans, if the Germans said they were very angry, then it would sound like the breakout of World War III. So let's not, let's not aggravate them. Wes texts, I'm currently bouncing around on a boat. Can you let me know if the weather will be less bouncy tomorrow? Yes, sure, Wes. You only had to tell me where you're bouncing. How should I know? Stupid question. But if you don't want to bounce, don't go on a boat. Julian tweets, my prediction is that May will lose on Tuesday, the 48 letters will then hit the desk, and then the problem will be that nobody will want the top job. See, I think that everybody wants the top job. If Mrs. May had, if she had an inkling about what it was that she was about to let herself in for, then she probably wouldn't have put herself forward. She would probably have refused. There would be nail marks on the desk as people were dragging her out of the room to install her in number 10. But the thing is, you can't pick and choose when that opportunity might come your way, because it will probably only come your way once. And so you're just going to have to suck it up and get on with it. Sue in Worcester says 1984 was a Bowie song. Yes, I know that, Sue. But I'm not talking about that 1984 song. I'm talking about the Eurythmics 1984 song. Not from Diamond Dogs. Not that one. Rats sacked on rats the size of cats. Not that one. The Eurythmics song did they did 1984. Pretty sure about that.
Rock and roll!
Bet my glamorous assistant knows.
Yes.
See? Completely correct in every respect. We should play that right now. Do we have that in the library? No. Peter in Guildford says, I wouldn't put it past Theresa May to call a general election if she loses the vote on her deal. When you think of it, she has nothing to lose. Well, it might be a quick exit. Particularly, it might, if she didn't care about the Conservative Party, then that might look like an attractive option. Because in her position, if you did not care about your political party, then you could pretty much ensure that chaos would ensue on your departure, thereby making you look better in the history books. But I don't think that she's that kind of person. And I don't think that the Tory party are the kind of people to let power slip from their grasp. I think that they are like the Republicans in that regard. They'll do anything to hold on to power. They will all come into, they'll all form an orderly queue behind her and say, oh, we agreed with you right from the start. You were right all along, Mrs. M. Well, I've always said so. At the prospect of being turfed out of a pretty cushy job, they will all say, yeah, oh, all right then. And I bet they vote for it second time around. And I bet the second vote will happen before Christmas, because if it doesn't, they'll all have their Christmas holidays cancelled. Bill says, my main concern with Big Brother is people finding out just how uninteresting my life really is. Just think about that for a moment, though. The forward-facing camera on your phone, the selfie camera, which I have almost never used. It must be just me. In the entire history of humankind, it's just me on planet Earth who has almost never used the selfie mode on my camera. Call me ancient if you want, but I use a camera like a camera's supposed to look. Or work, rather. Away from you. This obsession about putting your face on the internet, I just don't understand it. I mean, how self-absorbed are people? It's just picture after picture after picture after picture, and you see them going into their selfie face. Anybody whips a camera out, they don't point it away from them these days. They have an extended arm pointing it back at them, and anybody that's in that picture, you can see them. They're like robots. They all go into their selfie look. Presumably, they have spent hours at home. Photographing themselves over and over and over again from every different conceivable angle to make sure that they have honed to perfection their selfie look. I just find it so funny. I mean, it's laugh out loud funny, but also scary and very sad all at the same time. It's life's like a Disney cartoon these days, ain't it? Bill says, oh no, I read that one. Nick says, I'm going to be 50 after midnight, so can I request a happy birthday to you jingle? I haven't got one. To you. Here's a call in Swansea. Hello, Val.
Oh, hello, Nick. Right,
Val.
Just three quick points.
Three?
You were talking... Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. If I get that far.
Unfortunately, like it's out of your control. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Had no choice but to ring. So the first thing you were talking earlier on about possible invalidation of the referendum's outcome, due to possible interference by Russia.
Yes, fiddling about.
Why Mrs. May is not in any way seemingly motivated to
address this issue. Yes.
And I think it's a case of people in glass houses, can't afford to throw stones.
How do you mean?
And once you set a precedent of invalidation like that for any possible sort of corruption, then I'm sure that there will always be corruption hiding for people to find. With the next referendum ad infinitum sort of thing. So I think that she's a bit afraid of going down that road.
Right. So as a nation, we have to suck it up and get on with it, even though it might be exactly what Vladimir Putin wants. And I suspect that this is precisely what he had in mind when he set his Russian robot trolls all over Facebook.
Yes, well, of course, I'm saying, that's maybe what is deterring him from doing it. The other thing about it is, you were talking earlier about corruption undermining the rule of law. Isn't bribery corruption?
Yes.
Yes, and I mean, Mrs. May obviously is not in any way hampered by integrity. Is obviously not.
What a phrase! No, I think that's unfair.
I mean, for instance, she has bribed the DUP for their support with a large amount of our money.
Yeah. Well, it's just what's £1 billion between friends?
That's undemocratic. Anyway, so he probably still wouldn't be there. And the other point is that you were saying that she probably wouldn't have taken the top job if she'd had an inkling of what was in store. I actually think that she very much has been, and she has shown a very strong steely side, and she has been very much determined, I believe, to be in control, so that then she could control the way it went. And because she is like a closet Remainer, really, she is and she can honestly say that it's the best of the country because she probably does believe that she doesn't really want a hard Brexit anyway.
No,
And so
well,
she
nobody
has
does.
been in
See, that's
charge
the
of
only thing
sorting it out.
that's the only thing that MPs are more sure of, that they want less a hard Brexit than her deal.
Yeah.
That was a bad way of putting it, but you know what I mean. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that she has determined at all costs to stay in control, so that nothing else will get through. But of course, she's come unstuck in the end of that. But or will do. But anyway, presumably will do anyway. So.
But she wasn't. It wasn't just her coming up with this deal. It was 27 other countries who had their representative. Who was, negotiating with her. She didn't come up with this. They presented it to her and said, "That's what you're getting."
Yes, well, of course, you don't really know how hard or not she has negotiated. You don't really know what her negotiating stance might have been if she had been determined in a different direction, So it may be, she may be that nobody else would have done it, but I mean, I think she would have had some subconscious or, or even, conscious motives, to keep it, within the control.
But she could say that. But she could say all manner of different things other than this hard line that she's taking at the moment. Over and over again, people have said, well, maybe we should delay leaving to give us time to negotiate some better deal. And she always says, she comes out and says precisely what the hard Brexiteers would like her to say. We are leaving on that date in March. Put it in your diary. At the very second that we're supposed to be leaving, we'll be out. She said it over and over and over again.
Exactly, because she wants to make sure that we go on these compromise terms, presumably. She thought that worked.
But when you say compromise, it is a negotiation with 27 other countries, and you have to compromise in order to get any kind of deal at all. And we are in a much weaker position than they are. I mean, this nonsense that they need us more than we need them is just, laughable.
Oh, yes, I'm not saying that. I wouldn't believe that either. But, no, I mean, I just think that she... of course, I am assuming... because she was, she really probably is very much a Remainer, at heart. Seemingly she was.
But I think she's putting that behind her, and she's just acting in the interest of the country. I mean, if everybody around you, if every expert in their field is telling you that crashing out with no deal would be catastrophic to the economy of this country, then it is beholden upon you as the leader of the nation to get the best possible exit, the least destructive exit from the EU that you can, and that is apparently what she's presenting us with.
Or not be so rigid, absolutely rigid, about not having a second referendum. And I know you don't agree with that, but
Well, what would a second referendum say? What were the questions be?
I changed my mind. Talking to other people today, they changed their minds from. I did actually regret it ever since I did it. I did actually vote to leave, and I've changed my mind immediately, almost. I just felt it was the wrong thing I'd done.
Well, wait a minute. Based on what?
Oh well, I based it. I based it not at all on, because I don't have a TV, and I wasn't really being influenced by the TV, and very little by the
Right, but so why did you change your mind instantly?
Well, because I actually did think that. It's a bit awkward to say, really, but it was to do with migration, and it was more that, to be honest, I wonder. I felt sorry for the younger generation having to compete, to be honest, with the better migrants.
Oh, right, because they're more... I think it's factually accurate that migrants are better educated, they have more qualifications, they're harder working, and more industrious. Yeah, so...
I think that they, putting them at a disadvantage, actually. But, of course...
But that's a terrible thing to say. I mean, better than rather removing the competition, our lot should get more competitive.
Well, of course, but we're not in our position yet, are we? And may never be. We are education.
Well, that's not a way forward for the country. Not to concrete in our inabilities, but to actually fly above them. Here, Val, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for emails that 1984 was actually a Van Halen song.
Rock and roll.
Yes, it was. It was a very, very good Van Halen song. Has David Lee Roth kissed and made up with Eddie Van Halen, or do they still hate each other with a passion? They came back and made a fantastic album. I can't remember what it was called. It was the one with the train on the front. The Tattoo was the first track. Oh, it was great. It was so good to have David Lee Roth back in the band. And then they went on tour, and it lasted for about 10 seconds, and they remembered that they couldn't stand each other anymore, and then it all broke up. Oh, well, never mind. I mean, Sammy, what's it? He was okay. Sammy, what was the guy's name who took over from David Lee Roth? Sammy, I bet McGlamorous assistant knows.
She does not.
She doesn't know. You don't know anything. Sammy, I can't get past Sammy Davis Jr., but that is so wide of the mark. It's completely incorrect. Oh, yes?
Sammy Hagar?
Sammy Hagar! Sammy Hagar, he sounded good, looked terrible. Nobody wants to see anybody that size in a Lurex one-piece. It just wasn't Van Halen. But anyway, it has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about. Roger in Brentford says, David Cameron gave it up, Nick. We can only hope that May will do the same. Yeah, but then what? Then this country will just be tossed about on the ocean waves like a rudderless ship. Well, I tell you what might be then is Boris. And on that subject, Jason tweets, Boris is an irrelevance in my view. He says, ever since he ran off post-referendum, it's been all right for him writing his glorified blog posts in the Telegraph about what he'd do, but he had his chance and he bottled it. So I don't think anyone should listen to the guy. Well, Boris doesn't think that no one should listen to him. Boris thinks that everybody should listen to him all the blooming time. And according to Her Majesty's Daily Mail, he's just now made a thinly disguised pitch for the Tory leadership. This was yesterday, in an interview with a website popular with Tory activists. He launched an assault on the Prime Minister's Brexit deal. Poor Mrs. M. He said it was full of exquisite humiliations, which is just the sort of thing that Boris Johnson would say. And he suggested that it was equivalent to the terms that might be imposed on a nation that had suffered a military defeat. Well, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Meanwhile, Remainer Tories were revealed to be working on a project to stop Boris Johnson. There's apparently a report that 20 MPs could quit the Tory party if Theresa May is ousted next week and Boris ascends to the top job. I think it might be more than 20. God, what a period we're living through, eh? We're living through history right now. People are going to write books about this. In an interview with Conservative Home website, which sounds like probably the most conservative small c website on the internet, Boris Johnson suggested that Theresa May had collaborated with the EU by agreeing to the customs backstop. Collaborated. Well, there's a word that's dripping with meaning, eh? He said it's unbelievable. It's a kind of S&M approach to government. Well, I think just carrying on being leader implies a certain degree of masochism. Boris Johnson said it's a kind of S&M approach to government. What perversion is it where you want to be locked up in chains, says Boris. And he compared his predicament over Brexit to that of Winston Churchill in the Second World War. He's always allying himself to Winston. Have you noticed? I mean, he's got the vague outline. That's true. But I think that's where it ends. I mean, writing a book about him doesn't make you like him. He said that Churchill had gambled by confronting Nazi Germany, Nazis, in the face of opposition from appeasers, thereby comparing the EU to Nazi Germany. And he's bringing out the big guns and going straight for the Nazi jibe. And I think that is the international sign that you've lost your argument and you are in desperate straits when you compare anything to the Nazis. The European Union are not like the Nazis, for crying out loud. But, it makes for a headline and may get you a round of applause on a conservative small C website. He was speaking to an audience of financial firms in Amsterdam on Tuesday. And he said the result was to rescue this continent from a pretty odious tyranny. He said, I hope that he remembered to tell Parliament... No, wait. He said that... am I making sense? He said that to an audience of financial firms in Amsterdam on Tuesday that the result was to rescue this continent from a pretty odious tyranny, calling the EU Nazis and tyrannical. I mean, talk about over the top. But, he's made an entire career by being over the top. I wonder if he earned any money when he was speaking to these financial firms in Amsterdam. Don't forget to tell us about it, Boris. It might be chicken feed to you, but 50 grand is twice the yearly wage of your average Brit. It's not chicken feed to us. I've given up trying to say us, by the way. It just doesn't come out naturally. I can't do it. I've tried, and it's just not in me. So it's us from now on. Live with it. So he's still harping on about Churchill. He said, so you can't say that he was wrong, Churchill. In fact, he was triumphantly right. A compulsive gambler was proved triumphantly right, he said, about Churchill, not confronting Nazi Germany. Nazis! And Boris said the only reason I can draw from that is that sometimes you do need to do the difficult thing, and you do need to take a position that everyone else says is too fraught with risk. And the lesson I draw from that is that the UK today has every reason to be confident about our future and what we can achieve. It sounds like he's about to break into that we'll fight them on the beaches speech. And we will fight them in the air, and we shall never surrender. And blah, 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 and so on and so forth. And follow me and all will be well, says Boris Johnson. Well, here is the news, Boris Johnson. You're not Winston. The famous media figure you most resemble is not Mr. Churchill, it's Mr. Blobby. Bang up-to-date reference there. I think you'll agree. Anybody remember Mr. Blobby? Just me. Ragwin tweets, if we had a hard Brexit, the MPs will then get blamed for it. Which MPs? All of them. If we have a hard Brexit, people aren't really going to notice the difference. I've said this over and over and over again. It's kind of painful having to repeat myself again and again and again. But it does kill a lot of time. Once we leave, you won't notice the difference. Because there will be, unless we get that Operation Stack, and then it'll be all over the news like white on rice. And the leader of the Kent County Council was fulminating about that very prospect. I'll come to that in a minute. But mostly you won't notice a difference. I mean, if we all become poorer, then it won't be significant from one day to the next. We'll all still be here. The country won't burst into flames. I mean, we're not France. Well, we're all in mourning because Will Quince has just quit as the ministerial aide to the Defence Secretary.
Oh, no.
And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, who? Will Quince is gone. It's a catastrophe. Not Will Quince. Will, you've left before we even knew who you were. Please don't go. He was the aide to the Defence Secretary. The Defence Secretary, a very, very scary head of the military. He's the fellow that told Russia to shut up and go away. Causing Vladimir Putin to have a small personal accident when he was laughing so hard. But Will Quince is gone. It's a catastrophe. This text says, how about a referendum on whether we should have another referendum? That seems fair. Sure, why not? Why not? It couldn't get any crazier, really. Sure. Okay, then. Bring it on. Guido in East Dulwich says, as a dual nationality family, we've decided to go and live in Italy. However, the vet has told us that Bernard the Corgi might become stateless, as the DEFRA British dog passport may no longer be valid after Brexit. The vet suggested that Bernard the Corgi should seek Italian dog nationality once he's over there, or risk never being allowed back into the UK. Well, the thing that strikes me most about that is that you called a Corgi Bernard. See, that's too much of a lugubrious name for such a small dog. Bernard should be the thing with a brandy round its neck, rescuing skiers. It's too long and portentous a name for such a small yappy dog. Why would anybody want a corgi anyway? I mean, they look. What's a corgi actually for, apart from trailing the Queen around? Bruce emails, I think the British have something in their genes that enables them to punch above their weight in the music industry. Here in Spain, the kids and many adults have been sitting around doing nothing for years, and and the best they've come up with so far is the Macarena. I don't know why it is, and I haven't heard this from anybody else. This is a theory of my own, which I invented myself. And it is that our, and I was going to say generous, but it wasn't generous, but it did give you the ability, our benefits system, going on the dole in the 70s and the 80s, as a lot of people had to do because there weren't no work out there, nor nothing. And by the way, it wasn't because of people coming over here taking our jobs. There just wasn't any work. And by all accounts, we're heading back in that direction. You know, apart from the imminent financial catastrophe that is about to befall us, because we're due another one. They come in cycles, and add to that, everyone's about to get fired by a robot.
Correct.
There's going to be vast numbers of people unemployed, and so we're going to have to find some way of supporting them, be it benefits or a minimum living wage or whatever it might be. But I think in that circumstance, people with an artistic bent do have the opportunity and the time to hone their craft, to become skillful at what they do. And so it would open the field to a lot of people who don't come from wealthy families. And I'm talking about actors and musicians and, applied artists and all the rest of it. I bet you can't think of a single person off the top of your head who has come up through the ranks of actors, for instance, who is not somebody who is from a wealthy background, or posh in the modern vernacular. I mean, they're all blooming old Etonians, aren't they? And so is the political class, and they just run everything. There was a story about just that, if you want to take a left turn. 8 elite schools sent as many pupils to Oxbridge over the last 3 years as 3/4 of all of the schools in the country. 8 schools that charge an arm and a leg for their kids to go sent as many pupils to Oxford and Cambridge over the last 3 years as 75% of all of the schools in the country. That is ridiculous. This is an analysis by the educational charity the Sutton Trust, who found that admissions to Oxford and Cambridge universities are still dominated by a tiny number of schools like Eton, who charge 40 grand a year and lists David Cameron, Boris Johnson, Jacob Rees-Mogg as former pupils, and pretty much everybody that's been lined up to be the next James Bond, apart from Idris Elba. Did he go to Eton? I wouldn't be remotely surprised. Everybody that you've ever heard of went to Eton. And they aren't necessarily the best and the brightest, but they're bred to believe that they are. And as confidence is only third in importance to contacts and money, the education you get from such schools pretty much gives you the baton of life to run with before the competition even knows that there's a race on. Every year, Eton sends between 60 and 100 pupils to either Oxford or Cambridge. Westminster School sends 70 to 80 pupils to Oxford and Cambridge. They charge 39 grand a year. St Paul's School for Boys in London sent 53. They charge 37,000 a year. Who are these people that can afford this kind of money? It's a self-perpetuating ruling class, just like the aristos used to be. Now it's all about the money, honey. That's why I think art is dominated by people from families like this, is because they have the ability to practice their art without the necessity of working for a living. Whereas it used to be open to many people, because you used to be able to, sit at home smoking dope and watching the Clangers all day, or whatever it is what people used to watch in the 70s and the 80s, and become an artiste. Now it's all bloomin' Ed Sheeran and bloomin', what's his name? The guy who sings through his nose. Ooh, like that. They all sing through their bloomin' nose. Painful. But, I wish them all the best, and I hope that they have a happy life. Gaz says, the Tories led by Dave the Snake Cameron called this mess. Do you mean caused? They assumed the electorate would back their Remain campaign. Delusional party then and now. The Tories do not deserve to be in power. They are destroying this country. Well, this country may end up destroying them. Hampshire. Hello, Steve.
Oh, hello. Yeah.
Steve.
There's a quote that I think would prove what I've suspected all along, that Boris Johnson is historically illiterate. But on a beach in Normandy stands a memorial inscribed with part of a speech by Winston Churchill, and the date is the 7th of May, 1948. Shall I quote it? It says, "Men will be proud to say, I am a European. We hope to see a Europe where men of every country will think as much of being a European as belonging to their native land. We hope wherever they go in the European continent, they will truly feel, here I am at home." So that says a little bit about what Boris's identification with Winston.
Well, you'd think he would know that. He's just written a big book about Churchill.
Yeah.
But I suppose you pick and choose the facts to suit your position, don't you?
Well, of course. But look, the best on offer, end quote, compromise our Prime Minister is accepting for our economic survival is in fact similar in nature to our grounds for wanting to leave the EU in the first place. This is my feeling anyway. We don't relish deals with Big Brother which reduce our independent bargaining power. And here we have Big Sister who's offering us half a loaf. if we're hungry enough to eat it, that is. And that's what swung the election to Trump and is beginning now. It's happening now on the streets of Paris. Nothing's perfect. What she offers or what the EU has to offer. So it boils down to what we're losing to gain our independence, so-called.
Yeah, but see, I don't know whether you believe that independence will come from leaving the EU. I think independence will be an illusion because we'll become dependent upon...
It's a complete illusion of what our independence means.
We will become dependent on much stronger countries like the US, like China, like Japan, and like Germany, and we will be at their command, essentially. But over and above that, multinational corporations will be able to pick us off like ducks at the fair.
Absolutely. Look, I guess I'm ashamed of people for living off half-truths, which are really orchestrated lies, and I don't know why people... You don't need a university education to know that we're being lied to. Well, I can appreciate why David Cameron is keeping his head below the parapet, playing Russian roulette with our future to gain votes, that kind of thing.
Oh, I think David Cameron has exited stage right, and he's doing just fine. He's writing a book, they're paying him a lot of money, and, he's got an excellent shed to do it in.
But look, no one really wanted Brexit based on factual economic reality. We've just been wanting to change what I would call our patrimony, the way we feel about ourselves. Independence for its own sake. But we don't know what independence is because we're not that free.
Well, if you'd gone into the street several months before David Cameron raised the prospect of a referendum about the EU, and you had asked people what most concerns them about their future and about their present, what is most on their mind, I don't think that the EU would have even made the top 10. Mm-hmm. That thought has been inserted into our brain and has been magnified to such a point that we can't see past it now. Nobody cared about the EU before all of this. Thanks a lot, Dave.
Nobody's understood it at all.
Well,
okay. Hi, Nick. Yeah, you know that EU place? You know it?
I've heard of it.
I've been there. It's great. I tell you, it's got this place called Italy, this place called France, this place called Spain, it's brilliant. I really can't understand. And when you go to Italy, it's Italian. It's full of Italians and lovely food. And you go...
Well, I'm going to bring you up short there because I'm not sure about the food.
Well, okay. Well, try Catford. And then.
Well, yeah, okay, but that's not a fair comparison. People keep going on about Italian food, but the thing about eating in Italy is that it doesn't matter where you go; it's always the same. You've got fish, which is grilled and comes with all its parts, which I don't like. If I'm going to eat fish, I want it to be square. And I want it to be breaded, and I want it to come in a cardboard box with instructions on the outside. I don't want heads, and I don't want bones, or guts, or any of that stuff. And the only other option you got is pasta. And that's it. That's all they do. It's kind of dull. And when you're eating in Italy, the only choice you've got is Italian food, which is the same meal over and over again.
I think you're right, actually. I was just trying to make a point about the fact that Italy is Italy and France is France.
Wow, you've blown my mind. Italy is Italy. Then you
come to England, and England is England. This EU business, we haven't had a war apart from the horrible thing that happened in Bosnia and in the 90s. We haven't had a war in Europe for obviously since the Second World War.
Well, we've been concentrating our efforts and our bullets over in the Middle East. The sandy areas have been blowing them up instead.
But the other point I want to make, if that was a point, is you're absolutely right about the 70s and 80s and the fact that you could squat in central London, or if you wanted to, and you could, like the Pistols and the all those guys, all that generation of bands, were all on the dole.
Well, I'm talking about earlier than that, not punk years, not 76. From from the 60s onwards, it was possible to, regardless of your background, to do nothing as an artist, but still maintain what now would look like a pretty fabulous lifestyle.
Well, yeah. I mean, David Bowie had a place not far from here called Haddon Hall in Beckenham, which is just up the road from here.
Beckenham,
which is a massive, great, almost mansion thing that he lived with, after Hunky Dory. Just before he got the Spiders together, he lived there. I mean, they were paying about 15 quid a week or something, and they all lived there, and they got the band together, and
Yeah, but Beckenham's is still quite far out of what would be described as prime central London. People used to live in Notting Hill for nothing. You couldn't persuade people with money to live in Notting Hill.
I know. I lived there for about 2 years.
If only we'd known then what we know now, eh? God, I feel like such an idiot.
Yeah.
But mind you, I mean, in retrospect, it does make sense, because if you just look at the housing stock in a place, you can tell whether something has the room to increase in value exponentially. And the housing stock in Notting Hill is marvellous. I mean, some of those grand palaces, essentially, which people were squatting in. I mean, it was covered in graffiti, and you couldn't persuade people with any cash to live there. Now, of course, you, I think you get your bank statement checked before you're allowed off the tube.
Exactly. But going back to Bowie, you mentioned Bowie, 1984, Diamond Dogs. Can you think of an artist now, that run of albums he had from Man Inside the World, Hunky Dory, Ziggy Stardust?
It'll never happen again.
And right up to Station and Low and all that business.
It'll never, ever happen again. Just like there'll never be another Picasso, there'll never be another David Bowie, and it went beyond Station to Station, of course. I mean, he had a little an artistic dip before performing the greatest death of all time.
I know. Wow, that was pretty cool.
I mean, everything about it was absolutely perfect. I mean, I know I talked about it a lot at the time, but it just went. I mean, as far as a death can go well, it went perfectly. Every tiny detail, from having released the album next day, you know, with the Heroes cover with a white square on it by an artist whose name I can't remember, which was pretty good. In fact, it was very good. And we thought, wow, he's back, and we didn't even know that he was recording anything. And then topping it by releasing one of his best albums ever,
I would say,
a day before he died. And at that time, he also released simultaneously 2 pictures, both taken in the same place, and he was laughing like a drain at the camera, literally laughing in the face of death. And I thought that was just absolute genius.
Absolutely. And Black Star, you could put with his 70s output quite easily.
I think
it's
one of the best albums of the decade, no doubt.
Yeah. Wow. But also, it's harder now to become a lawyer than it was in 1970 if you're poor and working class. I would say it's almost impossible now.
Don't waste your time, kids. Lawyers are about to be fired by robots too.
or anything. It's kind of so difficult to move now. Things are supposed to progress. Societies are supposed to mature, and we're supposed to look after and care.
Everything seems to be more difficult now than it used to be. Yeah, it's more difficult to get ahead. There's more competition. There's you're less able to climb the ladder out of your circumstance to a better life. It just seems everything seems more difficult. There's more barriers put in your way. I think the people who have are placing barriers in front of people who might become their future competition. I think it's just become a much tougher, more difficult, more aggressive world, and I guess it's our fault because it's us what's done it.
Well, I guess so. I don't feel responsible.
Well, it is your fault, Steve. I want you to think about what you've done.
Okay. Well, I voted Labour all my blinking life.
Well, you're about to be satisfied in every way, shape and form, because I think if Theresa May loses on Tuesday and I'm wrong and she doesn't get her little scheme through on the second reading, then we may have a general election, and if that happens, then I think the Tory party is sunk for a long time.
But the thing is that you say that, but that Labour should be 30, 40, 50 points ahead in the. Well, I was going to say the charts, but in the polls. But,
well, I don't know about should. Perhaps yes, but we've been disappointed before by a Labour politician that arrived as though he was the new Messiah. And he turned out not to be the new Messiah. He turned out to be a very naughty boy.
Didn't it? What a thing to do.
So perhaps it's good to arrive at the top job with low expectations and then exceed those, rather than the other way around.
But what a ghastly mob we've got at the moment. I mean, look at the state of them. I mean, I've got no time for Corbyn, really, but I mean, they're sort of almost irrelevant at the moment. It's the other lot that are murdering each other. Boris and I don't want to call him Boris Johnson and Rees-Mogg and all these creeps. What the heck?
It doesn't mean that you are approving of him to use his first name. You can still spit it out,
But I used to I'm ashamed to say, when he used to be on Have I Got News For You years ago,
well, he's funny.
I used to find him quite amusing.
Yes, he is funny, but we're not judging him now by his ability to amuse. We're judging him now by his ability to lead. And, well, you can come to your own conclusions, Steve. I know I have.
Yeah. Well, that actor's gone now, that bumbling sort of buffoonery.
It is. Well, it absolutely is an act. There's a man who undoes his hair before appearing in public. So I think that's one strike against him right there. I've got to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. What have we got here? Peter tweets, I hope M word will quit over B word and we'll avoid another R word. A new rail timetable. Did you hear about that?
Oh, no.
Our excellent newsreader just mentioned that. He mentioned it in passing. A new rail timetable. What could possibly go wrong? The train delivery group said that there may be some effect on punctuality. What a sense of humour. Your train is cancelled for your convenience. We appreciate your business. True to emails, you said that people will be writing about Brexit. There are already lots of books out there about it. Better not read to the end. There might be a spoiler alert about Tuesday. No, I didn't mean about Brexit necessarily. I just mean about the what's happening here at the minute. By here, I mean on Earth. We seem to be going through a moment, don't we? The sort of moment that people will be writing about in the future once they get some perspective. Because at the moment it's difficult to have perspective because we're being assailed from all sides. There's just too much information. It's like a 24-hour-a-day newsgasm. Can it just stop for a moment? Here's a call in Ilford. Joseph.
Hi.
Joseph.
Okay, Mr. Abbott, is this?
Yes.
The question we were asked 2 years ago to answer, the question cannot be answered. The question of in or out is not applicable to the UK. That's why Mrs. May cannot get a deal. Because how can you have out when the islands are there? The question is not applicable to the UK. In or out. If we know that the island is there, maybe we go to the Queen and say, Queen, can we break up the UK? And she will say, thank you. And she will say, no.
Yeah, well,
so if she says no...
I don't think it's up to her, but, I mean, technically, I suppose so.
So, the question Mr. Cameron asked us cannot be answered.
Right. Okay. You hearing this, Dave?
Unless we go to war.
Well, unless Ireland...
We go to war.
Unless Ireland, Southern Ireland, decides to leave as well, in which case no problemo. So it's their fault.
But in as much as we have the Irish issue or the Irish border, then we cannot have out. So,
well, it seems to be a problem, a sticking point.
And we cancel the referendum, please.
What's amazing is that it's a sticking point that nobody thought of before they asked us the question that they shouldn't ask us in the first place.
Exactly. So now, if Junamina is listening, or if any rich person is listening, can we just cancel the referendum, please?
What's rich people got to do with it?
Yeah, so we can go to the law courts and say, look, we played the court.
Oh, well, they're doing this already. There's going to be a ruling this week, apparently, because I mentioned this earlier. Where are my notes? There's something going through the High Court at the moment. It's being brought by some people that are expats who are living in Spain and France and all points south, and they are saying that the referendum was illegal because of the interference by the Russians.
And again, another thing, I called your radio station about 4 months or so before Mr. David Davis resigned, and I told your colleague that Mr. Davis is not intellectually strong enough to negotiate on behalf of the UK. The man said to me, "Oh, no."
Yeah, well, you see, David, the public-faced politicians weren't doing any of the negotiating. That was done by people whose names we don't know because they were civil servants, people who are experts in their craft. And this is what they managed to come up with. See, Theresa May wasn't doing the negotiating. It was
can I ask you a question?
Some men in grey suits.
Can you tell us the plan David Davis had?
No, I've got no idea.
So the man was collecting a fat salary, doing nothing.
Yeah, well, that sounds about right. It's a nice job if you can get it, but you can't, so don't ask. All right, thanks a lot, Joseph. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, there's significant overspending by the Leave campaign, data breaches, Russian involvement in the referendum, and this, that, and the other. And like I said before, there's this case going through the High Court, and the judge is expected to give his decision this week as to whether UK in EU Challenge, that's the group that has brought this case. They're arguing that the referendum is actually null and void. I mean, I'm not expecting anything to come from that. I bet they're not. But it adds to the gaiety of life, doesn't it?
No.
Zara emails, I am hoping that we have reached peak Johnson and Rees-Mogg. I think no and yes in that order. I think probably peak Corbyn too. Oh, he hasn't even started yet, Zara. And as for Cameron, she says, I blame him for this mess. Well, it is his fault. How dare he put party above country and get away with it? That's exactly what he did. What it seems like to me. This entire mess was because he wanted to quell the dissent on the benches behind him. To finish it once and for all. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Ugh, it's excruciating, ain't it? Eton. Maybe that's the problem. Because that is the common thread through all of this. Rees-Mogg, Boris Johnson, David Cameron, they're all from the same stripe. And this education charity, the Sutton Trust, found that 8 schools of Eton's type sent 1,310 pupils to Oxford and Cambridge between them over a 3-year period. Meanwhile, about 3,000 ordinary comprehensives across the country sent fewer pupils to Oxford or Cambridge in the same period. 8 schools, which charge an arm and a leg for their pupils to go there, sent more pupils, 8 schools sent more pupils to Oxbridge than almost 3,000 ordinary state schools. Now, if that doesn't sound like something bizarre is going on, I don't know what does. And of course, if you go to Eton and you go to Oxford and Cambridge, you don't actually have to be that bright. You are gifted success. You don't have to do anything. You can just sail through life. The report that they released found that pupils from independent schools are 7 times more likely to attend Oxbridge than their peers at comprehensives. No wonder I couldn't get into Oxford and Cambridge, and I had to make do with Brunel University, wherever that is. More than a third of applications to Oxbridge came from pupils at independent schools. but 42% of places to Oxbridge went to those students. Wow, that, on first reading, that doesn't sound possible, but 34% of applications came from pupils at independent schools, but 42% of places went to those students. So, in other words, wildly successful. All you need to do to get into Oxford or Cambridge pretty much is to have a lot of money. And by getting to those schools in the first place, those kids have been gifted a gigantic leg up in life. To the sorts of families that don't really need it. To those that have, more. To those that have not, nothing. And those that get sent to Eton then glide effortlessly into Oxbridge, and they imagine they have done so by dint of their personal excellence. Which is why they tend to act so superior. Because when you've been given everything in life, it tends to make you think that it's your just rewards. That's why the aristocracy thinks that they alone are born to rule. Unless I've got this wrong, and it's the brightest parents that earn the money to afford to send their bright children to a good school, who would have thrived anyway because of their superior genes. Or that the schooling itself is superior, and it takes perfectly ordinary children and makes them the best that they can be, while state school teachers are too busy on crowd control and trying not to get stabbed or shot. You decide. 0345 6060 973. This text says, Paul Merton for mayor. Is that show still on television? That Have I Got News for You? Is that not a show that should have died decades ago? Is it still on TV? And if so, is it because the BBC can't think of any other ideas?
Yes.
I suspect that's true. They just can't think of anything else to do. I mean, it's not something that gets in the charts. Is it? What's bizarre is how successful University Challenge is. I mean, I think it's at least in the top 3 or 4 of the most watched programmes on BBC Two on a regular basis, which seems extraordinary to me. And unless I'm a complete idiot, then I would imagine that most of the people who watch that can answer, I don't know, 3, 4 questions in a programme. Just makes me feel stupid. Brian in Newcastle says, is Amber Rudd positioning herself to be the next Prime Minister? I think so. She's as false as the rest of them, unfortunately. I don't think it makes any difference, does it, Brian? If Mrs M goes, then it's almost certainly going to be the Uncle Jezza who's going to be our next PM, and then the Conservative Party will fight itself to a standstill and be out of power for a decade or more. That seems the most likely scenario. And so given that, it does seem more likely than anything that Theresa May is going to get her way. And Parliament may make a song and a dance about disliking her deal, but we know that most of them prefer her deal to no deal. Most of them would prefer to be shot in the face than have no deal. And the Conservative Party their minds will be sharpened by the prospect of them losing their jobs. And so they will say, okay then, for the benefit of the country, we'll capitulate to your demands, Mrs M. And they'll put her scheme through on its second reading. I betcha. This text says, you said about people writing about Brexit. I've started working on Brexit the musical. That's an excellent idea. How come somebody's not done that yet? I bet there's at least 2 groups of people who are working on just such a thing right now. And the race is on to get it in the West End first. It says, he or she, sexist, says, I've started working on Brexit the musical, featuring what will become classic hits, such as Give Checkers a Chance, Dump the Deal, and Canada Norway +++. It's going to be a triumph. I just need to hold a referendum to get a mandate to write the music and secure EU funding. Well, the best of luck with that.
Really well.
Yes, it's working like a well-oiled machine over here. More oil, please. Let's have a call in Caerphilly. Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Daniel.
Hello.
Daniel.
Hello.
Daniel, first of all, you must turn your radio down, otherwise your brain will stop. You'll hear what you said 7 seconds ago, and you won't be able to think.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that you can hear me. I'm saying you can hear yourself, and so your brain will become scrambled, as we are witnessing at this moment. Turn the radio down.
The radio's down.
Why can I hear it?
2 seconds.
Take all the time you need, Daniel. This is a live show.
Okay. Turned off. What I was going to say was with the backstop with the Northern Ireland, nothing has actually been said about Wales and with Holyhead and obviously Pembrokeshire.
Well,
my argument.
Yes.
So my thing with it is Wales is not even getting mentioned with the backstop or anything like that.
Well, why would it be? It's got nothing to do with Wales.
But Wales is actually going to get underfunded, and Wales is going to be that backstop thing is actually going to be thing with Wales. So I think it's Brexit is going to harm Wales. It's going to kill Wales.
Probably. Well, I don't know about kill, but it may harm Wales. Yeah.
It will kill Wales. It will kill Wales.
Wales. Right. We're not talking about the big fish things, are we? We're talking about the country now.
Well, I'm talking about Wales.
Wales. So it's not.
I'm talking about.
It's not clearing it up at all. But okay, I'll assume you're talking about the country. It's not going to kill Wales, but I think it will economically disadvantage Wales. I mean, ironically, Brexit will probably economically disadvantage the very people that voted for it.
Well, I disagree with that because I think in Wales now, where people are actually now starting to see in Wales that we're going to be economically at a disadvantage with.
Well, it doesn't matter what they think now; it's what they thought then. And Wales voted out by almost the exact same margin that the whole of the country did, excluding Scotland.
Yeah, but I disagree with that. Scotland.
Well, I don't care whether you disagree with it, Daniel. It's true.
Well, Scotland actually voted Remain.
Correct. Yes.
Correct. So is Northern Ireland, correct?
Yes.
I think people in Wales now are actually starting to see now that Brexit is going to be actually.
Yeah, well, it's too late now. You should have thought of that before. We all should.
Well, I agree with that, but I think people in Wales now need, are waking up to the Brexit negotiations, and they're seeing something that's.
Well, what do you? Yeah, but what can you do about it now? We made that decision already.
Well, I think now you've got to take it back, and you've got to give the people's vote.
Oh, the people had a vote.
Well, people didn't know what they were voting for.
Well, I think that, and you think that, but try convincing 52% of the population that. I double dare you. You can't do it. In fact, Wales, by a small margin, voted more for leaving than England outside of London did.
Yeah, but I think people now in Wales are starting to see that.
Well, you keep saying that, but I mean, you're speaking on behalf of I don't know how many people live in Wales. Let's say 5 million. Is it about 5 million people? I bet I'm right, more or less.
Probably.
Are you talking about the people in Prestatyn? How do they feel about it?
Well, I'm talking about the people in South Wales.
Oh, right. Well, why is it that the people in South Wales hate the people in North Wales? I mean, what is that about countries that the South just cannot get along with the North?
Well, it's not even that. I think people in Wales, more in general, I think we're starting to see that we are going to be economically disadvantaged from it. I think.
Well, too late. This is our future.
Well, it's not. I think I actually do believe. I do believe if we have a people's vote, I think it needs to be a people's vote more than anything.
But what will the question be?
Well, it's got to be. On this deal now, with Theresa May now is actually proposing on Tuesday. I think it's going to be unanimously turned down.
No, not unanimous. It may be turned down on the first reading, but the way I read it is it'll get passed on the second reading because, for two reasons, Conservatives won't want to lose their job if there's a general election, and they won't want to lose their Christmas holiday if Parliament is recalled.
Well, I disagree with that, and the reason why I disagree with that...
You're very disagreeable, Daniel. Has anybody ever told you that?
No, I'm not. I'm not disagreeing. Well, maybe I am. Maybe I...
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
But I do think that Wales will actually be underfunded again.
Yes.
Again, and I'll come back with this one. Westminster don't fund us properly.
No.
We had a lot more money out of the EU.
Correct.
And you know, and I think people are starting to realise it in Wales.
Well, it's too blooming late, Daniel. You should have done some research beforehand. We all should. But nobody wanted to actually open a book or read anything. We all leapt to a conclusion based on no information of any kind whatsoever, and every single one of us has dug our heels in ever since and refused to contemplate the idea that we got it wrong. Too much loss of face, I suspect.
What I say with this one is I actually do think that people of Wales now are starting to wake up. I think people
well, you keep saying that. It's too late.
I disagree with that because it's not too late. It isn't.
Well, I don't know. I mean, a second referendum would, to me, if you asked if the people to go and have a second referendum, it couldn't be to revisit the question that we've already had, because that would be ridiculous. I mean, my personal preference would be for us to do just that, to revisit that initial question and keep voting until we got it right. You know, for the benefit of the nation. I'm not talking about for the benefit of me, because it didn't really affect me one way or another. Neither really will affect you, or anybody listening to this, or anybody in the country. I mean, being in or out of the EU, what difference does it make to you? Why are people so exercised about this? Taking back control, please. What are you talking about when people go on and on and on about taking back control? You think that you personally will take back control? That control will be visited upon you, that you'll be able to do things that the evil European socialist overlords are preventing you from doing at this moment. There's nothing that will change in your life, apart from you will probably get poorer. We all will. And if at the moment you have a lot of money, then you'll be just fine. Nothing to worry about. And if at the moment you are poor, then you will continue to be poor. Probably poorer. And that applies to the people in Wales and people in Scotland and Northern Ireland, and well, it'll apply to the people in Europe as well. No wonder they're upset with us. Why the hell should they do us any favours? We have visited this catastrophe upon them. They're all about to get poorer too. Not as poor as we are, but, you know. Every little counts. Higgs tweets, "Don't believe the Sutton Trust." Those are the people that did that survey about Eton and such schools, sending way more pupils to Oxbridge than state schools. "Don't believe the Sutton Trust," he says. "They sound suspiciously like experts." Oh, well, I wish you'd told me that before. Experts? No one is remotely interested in experts and their so-called facts. We're more about feelings now. No one needs to go to university anymore. You just make up your own facts. That's where we're at the moment. Every fact, or regardless of whether you just made it up on the spot, is equally valid. Everybody must get prizes. David in Teddington says, "I wonder if we should get Noel Edmonds to step in for Mrs. M, as he's had plenty of experience with the deal-no deal thing." I am still mystified about that game. I just don't get it. I mean, it's not like he does. It's not like he's funny, or he has an engaging personality. I've seen enough of that program to know that its success makes no sense. There's no element that you can join in with at home. There's no suspense. There's what is that game? How did it get on television is what's mystifying. I mean, once it's on television and it's on in the afternoon, then no doubt you'll have a lot of people who are so advanced in years that they are unable to get up out of their chair to turn the channel. The remote's on the coffee table and they can't reach that far. So that's why the numbers are so big. But it's how it got on television in the first place, what I don't understand. I want the name of the person responsible.
Happy.
Literally nobody is happy, dear. Fran texts, to get into these schools, these posh schools that charge an arm and a leg, you need to take tough entrance tests, says Fran. Please. Yeah, sure you do. The tough entrance test is, can you afford the fees? Fran says, they are extremely selective academically unless you are royalty. It's not just about being able to afford the fees. Please. Do me a favour, Fran. K-Tex, I can't wait for Corbyn to gain power. I might be able to sleep again. My heart hurts daily with the Tories in power. Really? Are you saying, Kay, that you can't achieve enjoyment in a sensual interface with a Conservative government? I'm reading between the lines, but I think that's what you're saying, isn't it, Kay?
Disgusting.
And this tweet says, you are forgetting Michael Jackson, greatest selling artist of all time. What's that got to do with anything? I bet my glamorous assistant knows. What's that got to do with anything?
Your all-time best albums?
Michael Jackson? Is that supposed to be funny? Oh, please. What, that creep that gave kids alcohol and called it Jesus juice? That guy? Oh, that's just ignorance. Oh, you've just been so ignorant. Tony tweets, is the government still going to be handing over Brexit goodie bags? What would be in them? Chiswick. Richard. Is there anybody out there? Richard.
Can you hear me?
There you are, yes.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I'd entered the Twilight Zone as well during the last 5 minutes. I mean...
Richard, we're not on speakerphone, are we?
No, you're not at all. Why am I echoing?
I think we were on speakerphone.
Oh, no.
Okay, then.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay, I thought I'd entered the Twilight Zone. I was sitting here listening. So, I mean, basically, I've heard LBC talk about this country drowning in Brexit, and you just all keep coming on and describing the water. And the last caller absolutely made me think, well, I've been smiling to myself about Brexit because I never voted. And the reason I never voted is because I didn't know what I was voting for. And so your caller has come on, and I've just suddenly realised that people like him and millions like him in Wales and whatever really did vote on something that they did not have a clue about.
Correct.
But it's not really their fault.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is their fault. It's my fault, and it's your fault, and it's everybody's fault who voted that didn't actually read up in any way, shape, or form about what it was that they just made their mind up based on no information of any kind whatsoever. Ridiculous. What a way to run a country.
Exactly. And the other tweet that you got about Labour, the frightening thing to come out of this from me, I'm not bothered. I mean, Brexit, you talk about taking control. As a business, there are certain things I do like to take control back off of, but European legislation does affect my business. But that's another thing.
Well, what do you do?
What do you mean, what do I do?
Your business, what kind of business do you do?
It's transport.
Right. So what rules...
driver's hours...
that's health and safety, surely. Driver's hours. I mean, that just makes sense, doesn't it?
I know it just makes sense, but some stuff that doesn't make sense is forced upon me to run my business in such a fashion.
Well, like what though? Like what? Give us an idea.
Well, driver's hours.
Yeah, but I've just dealt with that. I mean, you don't want a driver driving any kind of vehicle, even a bicycle, who is so dead tired that because they've just been at the wheel for 10 hours straight.
But there is a part of my mistake, but I didn't come on to talk about that.
Oh, all right then.
what I came on to talk about was that Brexit or no Brexit, what we're left is with the worst generation of politicians since Cromwell. If Labour got in tomorrow, I would actually sell the business and move. I could not. I mean, a Labour government.
But you don't mean that, though, do you, Richard? Do you mean move from Chiswick to Kew, perhaps?
No, I'd move out of this country.
Right. But where are you going to go?
Anywhere where I wouldn't have to put with the Labour. Could you imagine Corbyn as a statesman? Could you imagine Diane Abbott as a Home Secretary? Could you imagine Shami Chakrabarti as Attorney General? Oh my God! I mean, look.
Well, okay, pick the country with a more stable democracy. I mean, the thing that's going on in France at the moment, who knows what's going to happen there next? Germany's about to have a change of leadership. There's Russia with their whole thing, and you know who is in the White House.
You are going to love President Trump.
Not so far, Donny.
I'd probably move to somewhere like Tenerife, where the politics wouldn't really bother me, as long as you don't bother anybody else.
Yeah.
You could just get on with it. You've got rule of law on your street.
Mm-hmm.
You've got pretty much a fairer system.
And the sun always shines. There's that.
Well, it does as well. But I think what we're missing is that whatever we vote for, we're going to wind up with a government. And at the moment, whether it's the Tories or the Labour, it's going to be a bad government.
Right.
And when you see how many millions of people, like that last caller that came on, that are wandering about in a coma, wondering what to do next. We've got a PM, that's a dead PM walking, that cannot control a government. We've got a Remain Prime Minister that's been trying to lead us out of Brexit. And the whole country has just stood by and just watched this happen. We need a new PM. We don't need another general election.
But who, though? I mean, pick one.
You know what? I didn't think I'd ever say this, but maybe I'd go for Michael Gove. You know, maybe he'd make a better prime minister.
Oh, well, we'd have to see his face everywhere. Nobody wants that.
Well, in an ideal world, I'd like maybe Boris.
Oh, come on! I mean, one clown running a country is plenty.
Oh, shut up!
But could you have Corbyn?
He hasn't been given a chance yet. The thing with Jeremy Corbyn is the only thing we really know about him is what the right-wing press have written about him in a desperate attempt to kill his chances of leading the country, specifically because the owners of the right-wing press are desperately concerned that he is going to clip their wings.
No, I could don't agree. Look, you can tell when Corbyn's lying because his lips are moved. Right? He only tells the truth when a lie won't do. And the rest of that cabinet are so far left. I mean, the centre politics has been left. You've got what you call the extreme right, which we're not, but then we've got really extreme left. And there's no centre government, there's no universal government, and at the moment, we're in the hands, like I say, of everyone. So the politicians, the generations we've got of politicians now, which are graduates, students, and whatever, they are useless. Right across the board.
Well, I would hesitate to criticise people just because they're graduates. I mean, just because you're a graduate doesn't mean to say you're bright, but it's on average you'd be brighter than those who aren't. I mean, on average, not in every case.
No. Okay, all right. Well, what I'm saying is that whether I agreed with them or not, Anthony Wedgwood Benn, great orator, great politician. Okay, Michael Heseltine, great politician. Michael Portillo, great politician. Tebbit, great politician. They were great politicians. Even Blair was a politician of a certain calibre. We don't have that calibre of politicians anymore. We've lost a generation of them.
Well, I would suggest that perhaps the next great leader of the country is somebody that we may be slightly familiar with, but who hasn't risen to prominence yet. They may be. I mean, who really thought that Theresa May was going to be the next Prime Minister? Who really thought that David Cameron was going to be Prime Minister before he ascended to the top job? So the next Prime Minister that we have may be somebody whose name we're not familiar with, but they may turn out to be the best Prime Minister ever. And we may be introduced to them sooner than you think. It could be this time next week. Hey, Richard, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Maybe Tony Blair should come back. Okay, that's a no. Frank in Plymouth says that deal or no deal is finished. Channel 4 cancelled it. So no deal then. And Dennis emails, offering a Brexit referendum to the population in 2016 by David Cameron was like asking a cat, do you fancy a mouse? Does that make sense? I don't know. It makes as much sense as anything else these days. Let's have Ealing. Anthony.
Hello, Nick.
Anthony.
Well, I get a bit fed up with a lot of your callers, not only in your show, saying, they don't know what they voted for. Well, I can tell you I know what I voted for, and it wasn't any of the information given out by the media or anything else, because, I voted for what's happening in my life. And I'm a reluctant voter of Leave, because I voted in the 70s referendum.
All right, well, that's ancient history.
And I voted Remain.
All right, but that's ancient history. Why did you vote Leave?
I voted Leave because we just haven't got the houses to go round for the lovely EU people coming over here to work here.
That's not a good reason to vote Leave, because we won't be able to... No, it isn't. Because we won't be able to afford new houses if we're a poorer country.
It's not just new houses, it's any kind of housing. Well, the grotty developers and people I won't name, and people that...
Yes, but that has nothing to do with the EU.
No, it's nothing at all to do with the EU, the sales, the people. But people coming from the EU, which I approve of, mobility of labour, because I like the European countries, they haven't got places to live. You just can't talk about jobs all the time, which you do. You've got to talk about where they're going to live. You've got EU people sleeping under bridges and motorways. You've got Remainers sleeping there.
Yes, that's true. But I can remember in the 1990s, we had British people occupying those very same positions under cardboard and tents and so on. We went through this exact same thing, and it had nothing to do with the EU.
Well, I'm sorry. When we've known for 30 or 40 years, due to rubbish British governments of all parties, that you don't sort of help the situation by saying, well, we don't control our borders and bring them in, and you've got Tony Blair.
Anthony, this thing about controlling our borders is such a it may be common sense, but it is not a valid argument, because we let in more people from outside the EU, over which we have complete control, than we let in from inside the EU.
Agreed. But if you're going to be a member of the EU, and don't forget, I'm very much for Europe and mobility of labour, then they've got to live somewhere else. You can't keep saying, it's all the other people's fault. Whoever's coming in to work here has got to have somewhere to live. And while the English have got this rotten property racket, and it's not the people coming in, it's not their fault, I agree.
I understand what you're saying, but the solution you propose is not the correct one. It doesn't solve the problem. And the problem, one of the problems is, and I hate to break the news to you, but we're not having sex like we should.
Disgusting.
And I don't mean that we're doing it wrong. I mean that we're just not doing enough of it. We're not producing enough babies to maintain the to maintain the economy. Essentially, we're not reproducing quickly enough, because we have an aging population, and we're not replacing the people to shuffle off this mortal coil with enough younger people who will be economically active and power this country forwards, and crucially take care of us when in our dotage, Anthony, which can't be too far off. Hey. Oh, he's gone.
A lot of laughs.
No, there's nothing funny about it. Wolfgang emails, we do not need... I've got no idea whether he speaks like this, so I'll just speak it in my voice. We do not need a second referendum, he says. We need a reality check, and to realise that only a third of the electorate voted to leave the EU. Well, that's true. A large section of the electorate was unable to compress a highly complicated situation into a binary decision and did not vote, he said. Yeah, plus, there was a lot that just couldn't be bothered. Don't forget about that. He says the result of the advisory referendum clearly shows that 2/3 of the electorate did not vote to leave the EU. Well, that's correct too, but it doesn't help us. In order to fix this problem, what we need is a time machine. A time machine to go back and bonk David Cameron on the noggin with a wet kipper every time he used the word referendum. Just beat it out of him. Richard, Hackney.
Hello, Nick. I'm just calling in to make sure I've understood your previous but one caller correctly.
Which one was that?
This is the guy who said that he was so upset at the result of the referendum not being implemented that if we don't get control of immigration, he's going to leave the country.
Oh, yeah.
Where's he going to go? When he gets there, does he expect to work there?
He'll be surrounded by foreigners.
Yeah. Does he hope to pay taxes and contribute? Does he hope to maybe call on their benefit system?
Well, I don't know. He's the boss of a haulage company, so maybe he's loaded.
How on earth are we going to flee the next Labour government if we don't have freedom of movement?
I don't think they're going to stop us leaving. I think it's the coming in part what they're going to concentrate on.
We're all going to end up in Kenya. It'll be the only place it'll take us.
Kenya.
I've never understood this thing with the freedom of movement thing, because I remember when it was the banks. Do you remember the bankers?
Bankers?
Yeah, bankers.
What do you mean, bankers?
Well, the bankers, the people, the stockbrokers, the
bankers,
the 1%.
Those people, yes.
Yeah. Do you remember when it was like, we should impose some kind of regulations on them? And we were told, no, banking is such a delicate business, and these people are so mobile.
Oh, they can up sticks and leave in an instant, yes.
If you even look at them the wrong way, they'll be in France before you know it.
Yeah, and their cars will be on fire.
Yeah, and so now we've cancelled passporting, and we've left the European Union, but that's fine. Banking is going to I mean, that 10% of our GDP, which we get from banking, that's just going to keep rolling in, is it?
I think it's more than 10%, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, the services sector, of which it is a considerable part, is 80% of our economy.
You're joking.
I'm not joking. There's nothing funny about it.
Right, so that's just going to keep on rolling in, even though we've cut the bankers off at their knees.
Who knows, Richard? Nobody has any idea where we're going, but at least we're well ahead of schedule.
I know. I mean, where is the party which is proposing a vision of the future? That's what I'd like to know.
I'll tell you where they are. They're smoking dope in Brighton. They're called the Green Party. I take that back. That's probably not true.
What you were saying about soon we're all going to be unemployed because of robots.
Yes.
I mean, that's basically what's happened in France, is that they've automated. They spent their money on automation, and we spent our money on giving it to people who already have money. And they're now down to basically a 4-day week. I mean...
Well, it's true that the French are more economically productive per individual than we are. We are terrible. We have fallen so far behind in our productivity that we're barely a first world country anymore.
Yeah, if you want 100 widgets made...
Yes.
It will take us a week to do it. The French will have finished it by Thursday morning.
Yes.
And that's because they're automated and we're not. We just rake in the profits and spend them, and they reinvest.
They actually have robots now in France that will pull cobblestones out of the road and throw them at policemen. No human being required.
No, absolutely. It's fantastic. I think there's another robot which goes around filming the whole thing for a sort of black and white avant-garde.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wears a beret. We have no vision here. We're not sort of taking the money we're making and reinvesting it and saying, this is the society we're going towards, I don't know what we're doing with the cash. It seems to me,
Well, I think what we're doing with the money is giving it to the people that already have the money. I mean, that seems really clear to me. That and it happened with quantitative easing and all of these things that they tried to use to supposedly to revivify the economy. The people that were in receipt of said funds were supposed to use it for research and development. Were supposed to, employ that money to make their companies more efficient and effective. But what actually happened in practice was that they said, thanks very much, we'll take it.
The point of quantitative easing is it should be fluid money. You give it to the poor people because poor people spend it.
Yeah.
They spend it in their community,
exactly.
which
That
employs more people,
yes,
which creates a virtuous circle.
That makes perfect sense. But what we actually had was trickle-down economics, which was that which was espoused by the Bush family.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't wish to speak ill of the recently demised, but I'm prepared to make an exception in this case. His son was an ass. And he was just following Reagan's lead, and we seem to be following them.
The idea, wasn't it? Trickle-down economics.
Trickle-down economics. There's no such thing as trickle-down economics. You don't give more money to billionaires and expect them to then spend the money in society. That's not how it works.
I think the clue's in the name.
It's trickle-up economics from the poor to the rich.
The clue's in the name. If something's trickling down you know pretty much what the guy above you is doing.
That's a lovely thought, Richard, and that perfectly surmises our position. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. It's all over us. Bunny from Bridgend says, I can't believe the bloke I'm listening to at the moment about moving if Jeremy Corbyn gets into number 10. He's lucky he's got a job. I agree with the chap before who said that he can't wait for Jeremy to get in. I totally agree, as I am currently housebound on benefits and get £400 a month. Now, I'm not a scrounger. I'd love to get a job, so if he would like to swap lives, that would be super, says Bunny in Bridgend. I'll pass that message on and see if he's willing to do a swapsies. I'm trying to help. Am I helping yet?
No.
May I remind you that I do a podcast, which I think you will find a delight. It's about 30 minutes long, there or thereabouts. It is super amusing and contains, at the end of it, this series of podcasts I'm doing, has one of my favourite calls from the shows that I do on Friday and Saturday night at 10. If you download the LBC app or the Global Player, then you will find a super easy way to access it. I recommend you squirt it up your device. Now, I often end my programme by saying, who knows what might happen between now and next Friday at 10. But really, this time, I don't believe there's anybody that has a scintilla of a clue. But whatever it is, we'll chew it up and we'll spit it out then, eh?